Testing, testing. Hey, Kevin, you there? Anyone there? Hey, Kevin, you hear me? Excellent. I'm not turning on the camera. Nobody wants to look at me in a t-shirt. Yes. Well, you don't even see my shorts. Yeah, you'd lose your lunch. All right. Anyway, thanks. Talk to you later. All right. Bye.
Hi, Peter. Everybody's you. I just want to let you know the quality in this room is really good, but in the other room, the caucus room, is horrible. It's like it's not clear. Okay, thank you.
It doesn't matter because this is the last session that we can do this.
Radio check, over.
Test.
Rambo, this is Colonel, over. Okay, you can hear me. That's it, Colonel. Anyway, I'm on my way. I'm on Franklin Avenue. I'll be there in about a minute, but I just wanted to see if you guys started. Yeah, and I think rules is first. So I'm not on rules, but I am at 7th and Franklin here in Garden City, so I'm like 3 blocks away. Be there in a minute. Thanks. Be well, Rambo.
I would invite the legislators to the chambers. We'll start the Rules Committee as soon as we have a quorum.
Okay, I'm here.
going to call the Rules Committee to order and ask Legislator Arnold Drucker to lead us in the pledge. Okay, Mike, would you like to call the roll, please?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Rules Committee roll call. Substituting for Legislator Sheila Bino is Legislator Arnold Drucker. Thank you. Legislator Delia DeRiggi-Whitten.
Here.
Thank you. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Copel.
Here.
Thank you. And Chairman Richard Nicolello. We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. We will first be considering the Contracts and Rules Committee. I'm going to call all the contracts at once. E31, E41, E42, E43, E44, E45, E46, E47, E48, E49, E50, E51, E52, E53, E54, E55, E56, E57, E58, E59, E60, E61, E62, E63, E64, E65, E66, E67, and U2. Motion to, well, let me just call the items, identify the contracts. These are contracts, or these are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and Wolf Hadelstein, Galls LLC, Sokoloff Stern, Wilson Elser, Cuomo LLC, Louis Joes, the Law Office of Vincent McNamara, Conway Farrell, Robert Bishop, Jackson Lewis, Lamon Bonoski, Vecchione and Connors, Kaufman Dolowich, Eric Bajornaby, Scott Fairgrave, West Group Law, Global Sports Center, M. Licata Entertainment, Baldwin Business Systems, Steve Dassa Entertainment, Hazen and Sawyer, Excel Reporting, Lewis K. McLean Associates, Dover Gourmet Corporation, Vera Corza Group. Motion by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. So all those contracts are before us. There's some contracts that have to be tabled because of additional information pending as per a request from the IG's office. These are contracts E64 with Hazen and Sawyer, E43 Wilson Elser, E46 Louis Joes, and E54 Kaufman Dolowich. So we have a motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams, to table these items. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Aye. They are tabled. So the first contract we're going to hear about is with the Police Department, E41 with Galls LLC.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. Item E41-22 is a contract between the Police Department and Galls LLC. They're going to do a 5-year contract with us. Maximum amount is for $5 million. They will provide us with uniforms and some equipment. The department did a request for proposal. We received 3 proposals, and Galls was the highest rated scorer.
I'm going to ask this question from Legislator Ford to confirm it. So this includes uniforms specific to women with child maternity uniforms, yes.
I believe that's going to be part of this contract. It'll be added in.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Thank you, Inspector Field.
Thank you.
E60, the County Clerk's Office and Baldwin Business Systems.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
John Butler, Fiscal Officer for Nassau County Clerk Maureen O'Connell's office. At the end of October, our office, as well as the legislature, received proper notification from the prior vendor, WordPower, of the discontinuance of their operations, the closure of their business and retirement to Florida. Our office reached out to the Ledge and the procurement director, and a streamlined RFP was initiated by our office. The streamlined RFP process allows for reduced advertising time and direct approach of vendors by our office. 7 vendors were sent materials, but only 1 proposal was received and scored. These mailing services are essential to the operations of the clerk's office and allow for communication with our end users of our services as well as constituents.
Okay. Any questions? Nope. All right, thank you, John. Next contract is U2 with Susan C. Ryans from the District Attorney's Office. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer, Legislators. Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. The District Attorney is requesting approval of an amendment to this contract, which provides for management training for the administration in the District Attorney's Office. The amendment is changing the remote sessions into an in-person, since the office believes that it's more effective to be done in person. And we're increasing the maximum amount of the contract by $5,000 to accommodate reasonable travel and accommodation expenses.
All right. Any questions? No.
Thank you.
Next 2 contracts are with TIFA, E55 and E56. These are appointments of Eric Bajornaby and Scott Fairgrave to serve as judicial hearing officers.
Paul Mealy, Executive Director of TIFA.
Mark Mullen, General Counsel, TIFA.
These E55 and E66, I'm sorry.
It's the appointment.
55 and 56 are for the appointment of 2 judicial hearing officers, Eric Bjornaby and Scott Fairgrave. They both certified by way of a statement of qualifications that they meet the minimum qualifications for a judicial hearing officer under the vehicle and traffic law. They both have, in fact, already been appointed by the administrative judge to those positions, and we're asking for their contracts to be executed.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just wanted to say I know Judge Fairgrave for many, many, many years, and has certainly been a very qualified jurist, so stand behind that one.
I sat with both of these judges on the district court as well, and I joined in the legislators welcoming them and the praise of Judge Fairgrave in particular.
I confirm and agree with that completely. And Judge Bajornaby also.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Jurist.
Absolutely. We served together and in the district court.
Good, good. Okay. All right, any other questions? Very good. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Next one is with Department of Public Works, E65. It's with Excel Reporting, Inc.
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold, Public Works. E65 with Excel is a contract amendment to add $72,000 to their contract, and also to add wording for them to help host virtual meetings. They provide stenography services to the Planning Commission.
Any questions on this one? Nope. Let's go to E66.
E66 is a contract amendment to one of our construction management, civil construction on-call contracts. It's adding additional $1.5 million for Lewis McLean Associates.
Okay. Any questions on this contract? All right. Thank you, Ken. Next contracts are with parks. Starting with E58, Global Sports Center.
Good afternoon, Darcy Bellier, Parks Commissioner. So Global Sports Center, it's a permit application. Effective date is when approved, and it's for a 10-year term with one 5-year renewal option. The fee schedule allows for the operator to expend $3.5 million in capital improvements for the 15-year term, of which $3.5 million during the 15-year term, of which $2 million should be expended within the first 5 years. The fee schedule is $15,000 per month from the effective date until the capital improvements are completed. That increases to $25,000 per month, $300,000 annually through the 5th operating year. And there's also a percentage of gross sales escalating from 2% starting in year 2 to 5% in year 15 if extended. Global has been operating at the facility since 2009. Their existing permit ends June 30th, 2022. It's the Butler Building over in the Mitchell Field facility, and it's in great need of repair and upgrade to ADA compliance. As a result of the RFP that was issued in 2019, with an intent to award issued in March of 2020, the improvements will include drainage around the building exterior, turf and lighted adjacent field, replace the HVAC, LED lighting, improve the entrance facade, which will be a great improvement immediately, permanent restroom facilities. They've now been operating since '09 with temporary, non-ADA compliant restroom facilities and replacement of the interior ceiling. This will require approval of the National Park Service, and we have been currently working on that. But the National Park Service approval was not required for us to get your approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions? Legislator Schaefer.
Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Just wondering, are you expecting to see better returns with this contract in the future?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And you know, right now our permit does not include a gross, a percentage of the gross. So I think that right there is an improvement. Plus the monthly's increased as well.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Minority Leader Abrahams.
I just have a quick question, Commissioner. Just refresh my memory in terms of the Butler Building adjacent to the Mitchell Athletic Complex. When you drive onto the complex and you make that left from across the street of the museums.
It's the first building you see on the right-hand side
okay.
with the oval top.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay.
And it's kind of unappealing right now. It actually was a storage facility. So these upgrades will really make it have nicer curb appeal.
Got it. Okay. Now I know exactly where it is. And I just have a question in regards to community participation and community having access to the facility, as well as you had mentioned that there's going to be some turf fields. How would that continue to work in the agreement?
I should have mentioned that. So the turf field will really enhance it for all of our permitted use. It's not exclusive use to Global. And it'll expand their outreach opportunities because that field's kind of pitted right now. And they're working with the charter school next door, the Academy Charter School, and they're also working with Town of Hempstead underserved youth programs there. And this improving the facility and that field will help them do more.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Any other questions? All right, Darcy, thank you. Let's move on to the next one, which is E59, M. Licata Entertainment.
Yes, so M. Licata is an amendment to a personal services agreement that expired in December 31st of 21, and it allows parks to obtain and promote bands and entertainers for the county. We're amending for a 2-year term. If approved, it would expire 12/31/23 for a maximum of $80,000 per year. And basically, this is our mechanism to be able to book the entertainment that we're booking for the summer.
Now, post-pandemic, are you going up back to a full slate of concerts and
A
events?
very aggressive slate, and actually you'll have a mailer in all of your homes in Nassau County in the next week. So with the full schedule, both at Eisenhower and all the outlying facilities as well. We're looking forward to it.
Any other questions? Nope. Let's go on to Steve Dassa, Entertainment.
I could just repeat what I just said. This is an amendment to a personal services agreement that expired 12/31 of '21. It's to provide services to obtain and promote bands and entertainers for the county. We're amending again for a 2-year term, expiring 12/31/23, a maximum spend per year of $100,000.
Any questions? All right, let's go to E67. It's the contract with Dover Gourmet Corporation.
Okay, so Dover Gourmet Corporation, Parks is proposing a license agreement to operate and manage food and beverage concessions at various county parks, to provide vending machines at Nassau County Park facilities only, to provide special event and county event catering throughout the county park system, to operate and maintain the Nickerson Beach facility in entirety from the fence line to the dune line. And a streamlined solicitation was carried out. There were 3 respondents. Dover was the highest scorer. Panel of 5 reviewed, and they were the highest scorer by a significant amount. The agreement is well-rounded. It's for a 10-year term, commencing June 9th, 2022, if approved, for 10 years, with an option to renew for an additional 2 years. Fixed annual fees escalate from $25,000 to $70,000, plus a percentage fee of gross receipts of 10%. Capital improvements, which the vendor has requested permission to escalate if we proceed. It includes $2.95 million at Nickerson Beach and $100,000 at the outlying concession facilities. These capital improvements will make Nickerson a desirable destination. Right now, it's not a desirable destination, and I feel that our residents deserve much more. It'll also provide a steady revenue stream for Nassau County. And as you know, this was originally filed as a settlement, but the administration felt that taking in all factors, that we were better off going through the competitive process that was preferable, and that's what we did.
Okay, is there any time elements in play here in terms of making sure you provide these services to the residents during the summer season?
If I can answer honestly, sir,
Yeah.
2 months ago. So yes, there are certainly time constraints here.
Are there any concessions, for want of a better word, that are not included in this agreement?
So in the agreement, and this was actually my call that I asked for during the negotiations, was that every January, the vendor and I negotiate a set amount of stands that we would open each year. And this year, we've agreed in concept to 9 concession stands in the outlying, plus Nickerson Beach. And the reason for that is that we're already into June, and some of the stands have not been open in 3, 4, 20 years, so we would make that part of the capital improvement going forward and endeavor each year to open up all.
Well, my understanding is that, for example, the old Bethpage facility is not included. The
Old
bond
Bethpage is excluded because we have the agreement with Lessings.
Right. And the same is true with respect to the Carlton in the park in Eisenhower's.
Right, that was the EGB that we just approved last month, and then also Chelsea Mansion.
Okay.
And the golf course concessions.
Okay. Now tell me about, is there a improvement in terms of efficiency because of doing this in this way as opposed to the manner in which it has been done up to date?
To be very honest with you, the way it's been done prior to my time here, so 2020 was a washout. Last year, with no agreement in place, individual permits were issued, and I have the stats here. The total that the county took in for food truck permits, and there was 27 of them, was $12,700. And for ice cream, there were 7 of those issued, $48,500. So a total revenue of $61,200 because there was no agreement in place. And from a management perspective, it is ideally so much easier to deal with one vendor as opposed to dealing with 34 altogether. It really is difficult.
Going back to Nickerson for a moment, the fees that are charged for the cabanas, does that remain within the authority of the county, or does that?
we would be entitled to 10% of those fees.
And I know that they're entitled to 10%, but the actual fee that residents are paying for it, who sets those fees?
Oh, no, all of the fees, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your
Sure.
question. All of the fees will continue to be set by Nassau County.
All right, and that's it for me for now, but any other questions? Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon. How are you, Commissioner?
Good afternoon, sir.
I have a bunch of questions because we went from, in early April, awarding this contract to Dover without any RFP process. That was abandoned, and then we have a new RFP process with a completely compressed turnaround time.
Grueling compressed turnaround time.
Well, is that the best option for?
So, in an ideal world, had I not started here at the end of January, there would either have been an agreement in place, or I could have done a longer-term RFP, but there was a lawsuit settlement that was pending.
Well, why not start the process in earlier, like February, instead of April, when you were awarding the contract to Dover without any process?
Because I believe that the intention was to settle the lawsuit, which would in turn have returned the operating license to Dover.
Well, that opens up an entire Pandora's box when you're talking about merging the settlement with the actual contract itself. So my notes indicate that there were 14 potential vendors, and you only received 3 bids.
Yes, 14, well, no, there was only 7 different vendors at the walkthrough. I think 14 may have looked at it on the bid board, but there was 7 present at the mandatory walkthrough.
Well, and you had a 2-week turnaround time.
Right.
Which is difficult.
It was very aggressive.
But certainly it gave a huge competitive advantage to Dover, who's well aware and had kind of inside information about this, correct?
I can't speak to inside information.
Well, they were aware that the contract was being awarded to them in early April without a bidding process. And then that was abandoned, so when it was put out for bid, again, finally, for the first time, they had an advantage. They were already prepared. Wouldn't you agree?
I can't speak to that. I don't necessarily
Well,
agree.
I'm asking your opinion on behalf of the county.
My opinion, did Dover have an advantage here? Not necessarily. To me, the only advantage that they would have had was that they've served the county for decades prior to 2019.
And were involved in litigation, in which they're our adversary, correct?
Correct.
So we were involved in protracted litigation with them, and now all of a sudden they're a favored vendor.
They scored very high, and if you want my honest opinion, since you asked my opinion earlier.
I have to say, you keep saying my honest opinion and speaking honestly. I would
That's
hope
a
that
method of
everything
speaking
you
for
say
me.
is honest.
It is, you're right, but that's just a method of speaking that I have, I'm sorry. My job is to serve the masses of our residents to the best of my ability. And not having a concessionaire to serve those masses, not having the suitable funds and manpower to operate Nickerson Beach to the level that it deserves to be operated is really me not doing my job to the best of my ability. So this contract will enable me to do that.
Well, you indicated that there was a tremendous disparity between Dover and the next closest bidder. That's what you stated, right?
Yeah, 25 points.
I'm in possession of the scoring sheets. And according to the scoring sheets, the average total for Dover was 439, and for Cool Cats was 414. And in fact, some of the comments by some of the committee members was that it was very close.
Because the financial terms that were put forth by number 2 on paper look very impressive from my perspective in looking at what you're looking at, but almost unrealistic and unattainable.
Well, how do you determine it's unrealistic? I mean, they put out a proposal that indicates that they're going to be paying the county 118% more than Dover.
But they have
$8 million more.
But they have absolutely no experience in facility management. They're an ice cream truck company.
I don't see that in the comments. I didn't see that in the comments, that they had absolutely no experience. If they had absolutely no experience, why were they bidding and why were they in consideration? And why were you giving them a grade that was close to Dover's?
Because of the financial piece.
So, the fact that, so the final rankings showed that they were very close. Let's talk about the term of the contract. So why are we giving a vendor with a checkered past, a history that is clouded with all kinds of issues, why are we giving them a 10-year contract as opposed to a 5-year contract? We're giving them 10 years with the right to extend it for another 2 years, like 12 years. Why are we doing this for so long?
Because of precedents set by prior RFPs that were put out was 10-year term with a 2-year term, with a 2-year renewal, and also the time that it'll take, even with escalation, to get the capital improvements completed.
Oh, and of course, this vendor, with the subject of the lawsuit, was not in compliance with past capital improvements.
I wasn't here, sir. I can't speak to that.
Well, it's the subject of litigation, which we're not talking about now. We're talking about the procurement process here. The procurement process dictates that apples to apples be compared and oranges to oranges be compared. And, you know, and in addition, can you comment on the fact that the number 2 vendor, Cool Cats, was going to be paying the county $850,000 for the first year in licensing fees? Do you know how much Dover's going to be paying?
I can't make, I cannot make
take a look?
What's that?
Take a look.
No, I can't speak to what that 10% is going to bring us.
It's zero. Dover's paying zero.
For the flat rate, correct.
The other vendor was going to pay almost $1 million.
But the percentages are considerable with our 10%.
How's that?
And with a company that has no, they operate ice cream trucks, sir. They do not. They don't manage facilities or pools.
Well, but perhaps they can. Perhaps they could have the staffing that will allow them to do this
in short order. For tomorrow.
You know what? That's the county's fault. You know what? This could have been done earlier, and it wasn't. So now the taxpayers have to pay for that. The taxpayers are being shortchanged by $8 million a year, 118% from this other vendor. The taxpayers are being shortchanged here because the county had to compress the RFP process, which they tried to skirt in the first place by not even having one.
I didn't try to skirt anything, sir.
I'm not saying you did, but there was no RFP process. The contract was supposed to be awarded to Dover without any sort of bidding. Did you call references?
Yes, I did.
For both applicants?
Just for Dover.
Just for Dover. So you wouldn't even consider the references of the number 2 vendor who was only a few points behind on the scoring system? 25
points, sir, and that wasn't a recommendation that the panel made to me.
So do you ever do that?
This is my first time doing an RFP for Nassau County.
Does anyone in your office ever were able to?
I can't speak to that. And in my 25 years of parks management in Glen Cove, I never called second place references.
Wouldn't it behoove you to get a full picture of what the competitors offer?
I really only have the practice of checking references for the person that we intend to contract with.
You don't think it's best practice to try to inquire about references that someone who's a few points behind in the scoring system?
25 points is not a few points to me, sir.
You said that there was a tremendous disparity.
Considerable, I said.
Considerable.
25 points.
Well, the one that was third was almost 100 points back.
Right,
So
and he has a staff of 14, sir.
I'm sorry?
And Suffolk has a staff of 14 people.
I understand it, but I'm saying is the next closest one was 25 points below on a 400, on a scale of 400 and some odd points.
For an ice cream truck company that never has operated a facility before.
Okay. Let's move on. What about, wasn't there an ability to separate the bids? One for Nickerson, one for the other county facilities? Wouldn't we have then been able to receive more bids?
That was done in 2019. It was done both ways back in 2019. And doing it this way, there was one respondent. Doing it the other way, there was 4 respondents, and then COVID hit.
Right.
And those 4 respondents, when they were vetted, they could only do a small portion. We didn't have enough vendors to cover all the services that were in the RFP.
Well, but it's a different time. It's 3 years later. And you don't think we would have been better served to have a more robust bidding process?
In short order, sir, to get our facilities open, staffed, and operated for the masses this summer, I don't think that was the best approach, no.
Well, obviously, that's the county's making, and the taxpayers now have to suffer from a contract that is extremely long, with extremely favorable terms. Was there any discussion on a middle ground between what Dover would pay, which is zero for the licensing fees, and something in the middle between the other one was going to pay $850,000?
Wouldn't I have to rebid that? I couldn't just make that determination on my own.
Well, but why wouldn't it? Was there any discussion on why we can't have some sort of compromise here? 0 to $850,000?
Robert, I don't think that's in my purview once the RFP goes out, correct? I don't have an answer to that.
This is Robert Cleary, Chief Procurement and Compliance Officer. The question relates to negotiating between the proposed awardee and other participants in the solicitation. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean,
you normally wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't negotiate revenue with that?
No.
I mean, revenue is certainly.
The way that the procurement is conducted is that while the committee is evaluating the proposals, before it's made a decision, it has the option of selecting a vendor, selecting a short list, or bypassing all vendors and canceling the award. If it chooses to conduct a BAFO round with more than one vendor, that's fine. If it chooses to conduct a BAFO with a single vendor, that's fine. Subsequent to the award, or the proposed award, once the committee has completed its solicitation process, the department can enter into a BAFO round with a proposed awardee, because you can always negotiate a better value. But when a selection has been made, when you are negotiating a contract with a vendor that has been proposed for award, and the selection process in the committee is concluded, you would never negotiate with any other vendor in that solicitation. You also wouldn't check their references, and they'd be disinclined to work with you, given that they're not being put forward for award.
Did they ask for a best and final offer from Dover?
Did I ask for best and final?
Yes.
No.
You did not?
No, I just held to the terms of the RFP and their proposal.
So based, Mr. Cleary, on what you're saying is there was, you normally don't entertain or enter into those type of negotiations, but yet there was such a striking disparity between the other vendor, who was going to be paying licensing fees for 2 years, and this vendor paying 0.
Well, I'm not going to second guess the committee. I think that's something that should be noted. You were talking about the score sheets earlier. Had Cool Cat been awarded all the points available for the pricing, they still would have lost the solicitation based on the point comparison between the two vendors. In other words,
that's based on your opinion.
No, that's not. No, it's based on the math of the score sheets. I looked at the score sheets.
Mm-hmm. So have I.
My reading of the score sheets was that across the board, the committee recognized the capacity of Dover as being significantly superior to the other vendors. I do not consider the scores to be particularly close. I think that when you have a question in an RFP result, if you have some committee members preferencing one vendor and other committee members preferencing another vendor, that may raise questions about how close, that looks like a close competition. In this particular case, all of the members of the committee, presumably individually in their capacity, came to the same conclusion. And the margin was pretty consistent. It wasn't completely consistent, but it was reasonably consistent. So all of those flags that I would look for in evaluating an RFP evaluation were not raised.
What role did the discontinuance of the litigation play in this process?
I don't think it had any impact on the conduct of the solicitation.
Really? So we're on one day, we're embroiled in a very protracted, heated litigation process in which, based on what we've received from the county attorney's office, we have good defenses and counterclaims against a vendor who historically breached its obligations in its contract to not just the county, to NUMC, Town of Hempstead, Nassau Community College. One day we have our adversary, and the other hand, and the next day we're giving them a 10 to 12-year contract and discontinuing litigation. That had no role? Can either of you answer that?
I can answer. It was felt strongly by the administration that taking all factors into consideration that the competitive process was preferable.
Can you repeat that, please?
It was taken into consideration that after looking at all factors, that a competitive bid process was preferable, and that's what we executed.
But again, you're not commenting on the factor of a pending litigation.
Right. I'm not privy to those litigations, sir.
I would just like to add that when I stated earlier about the vendor breaching its other obligations, that's what has been reported to us. Are you aware that the United States Attorney's Office was conducting a criminal investigation against the vendor?
There was something mentioned that in his disclosure forms which speak for themselves.
What does that mean? You didn't pursue that at all?
That's not in my purview to do so.
Whose purview is it?
That would be the IG, I would believe, and that would be procurement.
Okay. And the IG's office, have they commented on the criminal investigation?
Not that I'm aware of, not what I read yesterday, unless there's something out today.
Are you aware that there's another vendor at the Nickerson Beach,
Student Swim and Surf, sure.
Yeah, that their use and occupancy permit automatically reverts to Dover when the term expires. You aware of that?
No.
You're not. Well, it does.
Not in anything that I have in my office.
Why wasn't there a separate solicitation and bidding process initiated for their permit?
That was excluded from this. They're gonna operate.
Yeah, but their contract expires.
For Student Swim and for Student Surf and Skate or for Student Swim?
Student Surf, their occupancy permit will expire.
Student Surf.
Oh, in 2024, I'm sorry. In 2024, and then it automatically reverts to Dover.
That I'm not familiar with. Nothing I have in my office says that.
I don't know if you are, obviously, it doesn't seem like you're going to be capable of answering this question, but has there been any sort of, repudiation of the county attorney, the controller's reports concerning the vendor's prior performance of improvements, capital improvements, payment of living wages, delayed payments? Has the county, your office, engaged in any sort of discussion about that? Have you repudiated Nassau County Controller's reports on this vendor?
I've read those reports. I've never managed this vendor myself. But in 25 years of parks experience, sir, I've managed many vendors, and I'm confident in my ability to do so. This is a well-rounded agreement, and if for some reason he doesn't hold up to his end of the bargain, we can end the agreement. But right now, we need a concessionaire for our county residents. We need vending. We need food trucks. We need special event catering. And we need to get out of the hole that is Nickerson Beach and have it operated so that it could be the desirable location that Malibu currently is for the town of Hempstead. And that's my opinion in a whole.
We may not learn from our mistakes. In the past, we've tried to hold Dover accountable for their violations of the agreement, and they sued us.
I wasn't here, sir.
Yeah, I have no further questions at this particular point in time. I may have some
But
rebuttal.
okay, so, all right, we'll recognize the next legislator, but I wanted to follow up with some of those questions. This other bidder, this one that, with the ice cream trucks, what was the name of that bidder?
Cool Cat Soft Incorporated.
So what service did they provide?
Ice cream
They
trucks.
They're
They're an ice cream truck vendor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this agreement, under this agreement, the vendor is going to be operating in the county's parks, preserves, aquatic center, is responsible for special events, banquet catering, county events.
Correct.
So anything that indicated that this entity that had ice cream trucks had the capability to do any of those things?
No, sir.
Okay, also under this agreement, the vendor is to operate the Nickerson Beach Park facilities?
Correct.
And tell me a little bit about the operations of Nickerson.
They're extensive, sir, and it really takes a toll on our manpower, which is spread thin already. It would be from the fence line to the dune line, and it includes 619 cabanas, lockers, need to be maintained, staffed, cleaned, monitored, parking fees collected, leisure passes distributed, sold, field permits, campground management, campground permits, special event permitting, the whole gamut. And pool management as well,
So
which requires a pool certification, which Cool Cat didn't have that either.
You anticipated my question. So any indication that this ice cream truck provider had the ability to do any of those things?
No, sir.
Okay. So basically, in terms of the taxpayers, is it in the interest of the taxpayers to award a contract to a vendor who doesn't have experience? So, for example, if you were going to build a bridge, operate a sewage treatment plant, would you hire a general contractor that builds houses?
No, sir.
If you were upgrading the communications for the Nassau County Police Department, would you hire someone that sells radios, perhaps?
No, sir.
So there's an interest of the taxpayers here, obviously, to have a service provided in the way that benefits all of the residents.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the controller's findings and holding the vendor accountable, Dover, there's litigation that's been pending, correct?
Correct, and I believe it's on your agenda to be settled.
Yes. And my understanding is that Dover has actually been successful, at least in some of its claims, at the Supreme Court level.
From what I understand, yes.
Right. So in terms of the county attorney's office telling us about all these defenses that we have, isn't that the same county attorney's office that's recommending we settle that case?
Correct, sir.
And in terms of all of those allegations against Dover, they were contesting those allegations.
Yes, they were.
And there's potential exposure from the county because of the actions it took, without getting into the merits of that.
Financial,
Right.
correct.
Okay. Thank you. Sure. Okay, it'll be Legislator Reggie Whitten, then Minority Leader Abrahams.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't know if you can hear me, but Commissioner, I just had a question. I understand the whole scoring issue, but how did that second vendor score so high if he was completely incapable of doing this task?
Because as Legislator Drucker mentioned, their financial offerings were substantial. So they got higher ranking with regard to that piece of the scoring.
See, this concerns me like on a larger level than just this one contract, but should someone not be capable of handling a task, I would think that their points would indicate that.
It
on
does.
some question.
If you look at the detail of the scoring, you'll see the disparity there, that they scored highest on the financial piece.
And what did they score on? Is there an experience? I don't have it in front of me. Is there an experience section or is there qualification section? Like, what is that based on? How did he get such a high score if he only knows ice cream truck?
don't have the scoring sheet in front of me, unfortunately. What was the question again? How'd they get such a high
Basically,
score?
How did he get such a high score if, in your opinion, and, you know, maybe that of the park department, he's completely not being considered because he would never qualify or be able to do this job? And maybe it's not a question you can answer right now, Darcy, but I think it's something we have to look into, because if we're relying on these points and it doesn't take that into consideration, my second question is, why don't we take into consideration the fact that we've been, you know, we've had issues in the past with this company? Like, is that reflected in Dover's score?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I wasn't here, as you all know. I have a strong belief in myself, having been in parks industry for 25 years, that I'm capable of managing this vendor.
Right before you take on personal responsibility for this, because I will tell you, I've been here for a while, and we have had cases that have been emergencies because of Sandy or anything else that absolutely had to get done immediately, and then we later found out that, you know, a lot was going on in those situations. And as Legislator Drucker mentioned, it wasn't as if we never told Dover that there were these issues. We did attempt in the past, and unfortunately it ended up in litigation. So, you know, it's not, I want, before you take on personal responsibility, that shouldn't be your job. You should be able to rely on a system that would basically tell us if a vendor is, number one, capable, and number two, reliable, number three, maybe if their integrity in the past has been such that we would like to do business again. You know, and I just don't think that to go just on the score is what you're telling us. I don't think the score really reflects what's best for the county or the taxpayers in this example, especially. You know, if we have a litigation, you got to think of how much that costs us. You know, and honestly, you know, I don't want to say anything, but you know, it's all perception, a lot of this, and that's what happened in the past. And let me tell you, a lot of people really got in a lot of trouble for what happened in the past with the county, and that's why we really try to be as careful as we can be. But even just the perception of us getting released from a lawsuit on the same day that the company is getting a $12 million contract is, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't feel right. And a lot of times, if it doesn't feel right to us, it doesn't feel right to the general public. And I think going back to the thought of possibly bidding this, maybe not each park, but possibly doing a rebid. Maybe if we can't do it now, I would feel comfortable giving him like a 2-year to 5-year contract. But I don't, to give 12 years with all of this pending, I think is very. It's risky. It's really risky. And Darcy, it's not a reflection of you. You just got here. But again, you know, the fact that it's in a rush and we're under the gun once again, and the fact that, in my opinion, I don't think that this scoring system is adequate enough. We have to take into consideration the other things, such as our past relationships and our past issues with this vendor. But that's all. I have no further questions.
Minority Leader Abrahams.
How are you, Commissioner?
Good, sir. Thank you.
I think some of the root of Legislator DeReggie Whitten and Legislator Drucker's questions are really, I think the root is really the scoring system. And I'm trying to understand it myself.
Okay.
And I've been here for almost 20 years. But I'm taking a look at the scoring system that has been outlaid, and I think to be fair to what Legislator Drucker was saying, I mean, and I understand Cool Cats, you mentioned before, they're an ice cream company. I looked them up. You're right. They serve ice cream, nothing else.
Right. A very good vendor for ice cream.
Very good
right.
vendor. I get that. But I think one of the things that we as legislators have to make sure that we're doing our responsibility, our fiduciary responsibility, especially with this being financing, is that there's a proposal there from them that indicates that they believe the total revenue to the county would be 14.8 versus Dover that is 6.8. which you could say, okay, Cool Cats is being a little bit aggressive. Maybe they're projecting a little bit high to try to score a little bit better. However, then when I look at the gross receipts of what Dover's proposing, they're proposing in year one 4.3, whereas Cool Cat now is a little bit more conservative, proposing 1.3 in year one. Their number, Dover's, triples. So now, in the flip side is Cool Cat seems to be a little bit more conservative on what they believe the gross receipts would be versus what Dover's recommending. So I can't even look at it from a standpoint of 14.8 versus 6.8. Ultimately, as Legislator Drucker indicated, 118 is 118% difference between Cool Cat and Dover, which the Nassau County residents are not going to be able to even fathom that because the process has been shortened and we haven't been able to vet people as much as we would have liked to. But I want to get into the scoring sheets because maybe I'm just a conventional thinker and maybe this is not applying correctly. I'm looking at the scoring sheets of the folks that were on the committee. And I just have a quick question. In regards to the folks on the committee, were any of them or have any knowledge base of the litigation that was occurring back about 30, 40 some odd days ago?
I believe that the parks staff that were on that scoring panel would have some remote knowledge that there is litigation in place, yes.
Were they any decision? Are they a part of any decision-making process in that
No,
litigation?
and I specifically tried to choose panel members that were not decision makers who would be directly affected or in touch with that litigation. I was conscious of that, sir.
And these staff members, these are staff members. These are members,
Staff,
of your staff. Okay. And you yourself did not participate
No, sir.
in that process. So I'm taking a look at, as you know, the evaluation criteria for each of the scoring sheets has contracts required and proposed for solution, 20%, vendor profile, 20%, related experience, I'm sorry, it's kind of hard to talk and breathe this on at the same time. Related experience, 20%, and return to the county, 40%. And I'm just looking at some of the scores, and this is for Dover. Some of the scores as it pertains to return to the county were 25, 34, 32, 35, 35. However, I'm looking at the scores, those were, if you want to jot those down, those were Dover. Then I look at the scores for Cool Cat. 38, 38, 30. Somebody actually rated them lower than Dover, amazingly. 38, 36. Now, in some cases, the scores, I can't believe somebody would actually, how could someone come to the conclusion, and it's redacted, so I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but how could they, if the financing was 40%, and Cool Cat was offering 14.8 to 6.8 that's being offered by Dover, how could someone come to the conclusion that Cool Cat should be a 30 and Dover be a 35?
I can't speak for that, sir. I was not part of the scoring process. I wasn't even part of the review. I had a deputy commissioner overseeing it, and I had a rec specialist taking notes. I was not part of the process. I did review everything.
Did you review these?
Of course I did.
Did you ask yourself the same question that I'm asking now?
No, because, my first reaction was, who can do the best job to serve our residents now? And I could look at the financials all day, sir. Cool Cat cannot do the work. Suffolk County cannot do the work. Dover can do the work. So in my mind, and looking at the score sheets, yes, could we possibly give Cool Cat a chance and maybe they won't fail and we would collect more money? But what's going to better serve our residents now?
Okay.
And that was the main source of my decision making.
I got you. And I'm going to get into that. But I guess what would alarm myself as well as some of my colleagues up here and quite frankly the public is if you have a system of an evaluation criteria and you're looking at return to the county, and I'm looking at these are the three items that it's annual flat fees to be paid by the proposer, annual license fee, and proposed capital improvement. And then when I look at those things as it pertains to this particular proposal.
Which one, sir?
When I'm looking at the revenue to the county. I'm looking at the spreadsheet that we have that's broken down for Dover as well as for Cool Cat. Cool Cat provides more revenue to the county. They provide better improvements. Dover provides $300,000 roughly to Nickerson more than Cool Cat, but Cool Cat blows them away on the county parks. And then the total improvement, Cool Cat exceeds them by $400,000. So in every single criteria in return to the county, Cool Cat is better. However, there were and I'm not trying to put anybody in the spot. I understand it's a difficult job. But however, when I look at the scoring sheets don't reflect that. And I'm concerned because maybe the process may have been a little bit rushed and I understand the necessity for getting a vendor in. I totally get that. But I'm concerned that the process may have been a little bit rushed, and I'm not too sure that at this appropriate time could be the best opportunity for the county, because when I look at a return to the county and someone gave, and I just gave you the criteria for the return to the county, someone gave Cool Cat a 30, and while at the same time they were giving Dover 35, 35, 32, 34, and then one person said 25. There's, in my mind, looking at this and looking at these subdivisions of this particular item, there's no way. I mean, Cool Cat was $7 million, I'm sorry, $7 million higher, $8 million higher. How, in what world can we give, I mean, I understand Cool Cat can't do it. They're an ice cream vendor.
So doesn't that automatically dismiss them, no, sir?
No, I don't know if that automatically dismisses them. That's I would leave that up to you. I think that raises questions about the 449 versus the 414. To me, that seems like a close score, honestly. 436 to 414. That seems like
it really isn't in the procurement world, as Robert mentioned. 439 to 414.
449?
439 to 414.
439 to 414. Okay, you're saying that it's not a close score. To me, that seems like a pretty close score. I mean, if you said to me that somebody that clearly could not do the job, I would think they would be in the 300s at best. I wouldn't think they would be within 35 points.
The financial piece weighted them higher.
Yeah, and that's my point. The financial piece weighted them higher, but the financial piece raises concerns. I mean, aren't you concerned with the fact that Cool Cat got a 36, a 38, a 38, a 38, and a 30? I mean, and versus 32, 35, 30. I would think since they're doubling what they're projecting, their score would be significantly higher than 36 to 35.
If I was tasked with only generating revenue for Nassau County, we could talk about this and really pick it apart.
But this particular portion of the evaluation criteria is only focusing on finances.
I was very proud of my panel, and this was a very difficult, quick turnaround solicitation. And it wasn't all parks. It was not all parks. It was. I had someone from the health department, and I had somebody from DPW, deputy commissioner. So it was a solid panel, sir.
No one is asperging any type of accusations on your panel or anything along those lines. I believe that what you're hearing from Legislator Drucker, Legislator Reggie Whitten, and Legislator Presiding Officer Nicolello is just concerns about the process and determining whether or not we are getting the best vendor for the county residents. And I think when we look at a scoring, just looking at this one particular evaluation criteria, there's concern. Because I couldn't see, if you're just looking at, forget about the fact they're an ice cream company. If you're just looking at the finances, one would think Cool Cat, just the finances, not the other three criteria, one would think that Cool Cat should exceed, their score should exceed Dover tremendously. They're offering $8 million more. I'm not talking about related experience. I'm not talking about vendor profile. I'm not talking about any of those things that would relate to an ice cream company versus Dover, who is a larger cater company. But the finance section of this proposal, to me, raises concerns based on these scores. And it's 40%. So from that standpoint, that's the concern that I have, that I couldn't see how anyone can give Dover a 35 and then give Cool Cat a 30. When we're talking about the finances, which by the county's agreement, in every single category, except for Nickerson Beach, which is 2.95 total improvements to Nickerson Beach, but in every single other category, and a total improvement number of 3.4 for Cool Cat to 3 million for total improvements for Dover, Cool Cat is better. It's clear that that's the numbers. That's the numbers that we got from the agreement. So from our standpoint, it doesn't make sense how anyone can. Do you see what I'm going at? I don't see how it can make sense.
I can understand your line of reasoning, sir.
And I understand the issue with the ice cream vendor, and that should be reflective in the other categories, where I would think when it comes to vendor profile and related experience, Dover should be overwhelmingly exemplifying, greater than Cool Cat. Totally understand that, and that would make sense to me. And I've looked at those numbers, and that proves it seems to be the case.
Yes, sir. And that really is the main factor that I needed to consider in evaluating those scores and the proposal. If someone cannot do the work, sir, how could I even worry about what they're offering us financially? Because I'm not tasked with generating revenue for Nassau County.
No, Commissioner, and I've heard you say that a couple times, but then what behooves me then is, why is the return to the county on this evaluation criteria weighted twice the amount of every other criteria?
It's standard, sir. That's a standard score sheet for most solicitations.
You do see the conflict, though.
I understand what you're saying. I can follow your line of reasoning.
So what you want as a commissioner, which is all well and good, it contradicts what we have here. Here it says return to the county is weighted at 40%. Related experience, which you seem to be very interested, as I am, 20%. 20% for vendor profile and 20% for contract requirements, proposed solution. So we gave so much criteria to so much emphasis to a criteria that it doesn't seem like you agree with.
It's a standard score sheet, sir.
But you do see how that leads to contradiction and confusion.
100% follow your reasoning, and I have to say to you that if I was tasked with finding a vendor to do the services that we're looking for that was going to generate the most revenue for Nassau County, then I can follow your reasoning and probably agree with you. But that wasn't my task, sir.
Gotcha. So I guess what I want to drive into my next point is, and I don't want to get too much into the litigation. I understand that's going to be something that's going to be discussed at a later point. Do you have just real quick question, do you have the ability, before this process began, to evaluate and possibly amend the scoring criteria? Do you have that ability as a
I believe I do. I believe I do, but I felt that I evaluated prior RFPs that were done. I consulted with procurement and ran everything by procurement before I put that score sheet out. In retrospect?
No, I guess what I'm driving at, I understand what you said. You have the ability to change maybe certain points. I'm saying the percentages. Do you have the ability to change the percentages?
I do.
I'm confused, Commissioner. If you have the ability to change the percentages, why didn't you do that to reflect what you truly see as a priority for this particular RFP?
I see both as equal priority, but the score sheets are as you're looking at the score sheets, you're looking at individual categories as opposed to where I'm putting more weight on and choosing a vendor who could do the work. Cool Cat could have given us $10 million, sir. They can't do the work. So I had to just put that aside.
But wouldn't you put that to be weighted heavier in the criteria, not 20% for experience and 20% for vendor profile?
If I knew who the vendors were going to be, I should have, yes, possibly.
Oh, okay. So you realize that then, in hindsight, we probably should have done that.
I could have. I didn't say I should, but I could.
You could have?
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, if I'm understanding your comments today from the podium, you're saying that you put more of an emphasis on who could do the work, which would be reflective in related experience and vendor profile.
Correct.
So it's not could have, it's probably should have.
Should have, yeah.
Oh, okay, so make sure I'm clear. So I do want to ask you, and this is probably my last bit of question as it pertains to the litigation. And this is where I think the county, and I don't think there's anything that was done nefariously. I don't think there's anything that's done underhanded. I assume that this process, you brought in independent people to be able to help you administer this process, so I'm going to take everything above board. However, 2 months ago, roughly, there was litigation that basically had a settlement attached to it, which basically was something that was a settlement with the county in regards to the litigation case with Dover. Then fast forward 2 months later, here we are, the same vendor that was a part of that settlement that was going to be able to have an agreement, a license agreement that would have went out 10, 12 years, fast forward after an RFP process, they're also the vendor that we just picked. I'm just concerned that well, the way that moved kind of quick, and this is not something for you to answer, the way that moved kind of quick is some of the reason why sometimes Nassau County residents have doubt in our RFP process. Not saying that anything was done underhandedly, as I said before. Nothing. I'm not saying that anybody did anything with a point to steer anything towards anyone. But here, you understand what I'm saying? You have an agreement. You have a settlement that occurred. You have a settlement that occurred 2 months ago, which basically also awarded a license agreement to a vendor. Okay, maybe we should have did an RFP before on the second part of that. Maybe we should not have merged that with the settlement. Whatever may be the case. And then fast forward when you decide later on, I think it was May 5th, to do a RFP. You do the RFP, and then, oh, guess what, guys? The same people that would have gotten the settlement license, would have got the license agreement with the settlement, they scored the highest here again. And then you look at a criteria for the evaluation, and I'm looking at scores that make, I got to tell you, and I know people did their hardest job on this, that just don't make sense. When I'm looking at annual flat fees, I'm looking at licensing fees, I'm looking at proposed capital improvements, I'm looking at a vendor, which granted, I understand is an ice cream vendor and you may not feel is the best vendor to do it, but looking at this particular criteria, their scores should have been higher than the vendor that has been selected by the county. So when you add that all in, you get an issue of, I truly believe, where residents feel some level of lack of trust in our procurement process. And that's my concern today. Obviously, you know, whenever we do a 10-year agreement, I was here for the Carlton agreement. I know you weren't here, but I was here for the Carlton agreement, which was also, I believe, a 10-year agreement. So I'm not really disputing the fact of a 10-year agreement because I voted for one already. So it'd be hard for me to be able to unring that bell. But the Carlton agreement, and some of my colleagues that were here, that were part of those agreements, those were agreements that were discussed and debated, and RFP process didn't go out for 2 weeks. It went out for a much more substantial amount of time. Here we have an agreement that we're talking about something that levels the parity of the Carlton agreement, and it got done in 2 weeks.
It's June 8th, sir. That's the answer. It's June 8th.
No, I understand right. The predicament and this, but you do understand what I'm trying to say is that the fact is when you got scores that don't match up, you got a vendor that was going to get a license agreement that was part of a settlement. Now somehow when we decide to do an RFP, you know, they are now the chosen vendor for the licensing agreement. It just, and then you have a Carlton agreement that was done and is a 10-year agreement, very similar. I mean, granted, two different things, I understand. I mean, the fact that they're going to be collecting park fees and other things that Dover's going to be doing is a little bit more expansive. But you have a 10-year agreement with Carlton. You have a 10-year agreement with Dover. And at the same time, if I remember correctly, the Carlton agreement, the RFP process was a lot more than a few weeks. And then on top of it, as Legislator Drucker had mentioned, I don't see anywhere in the criteria, the criteria reflects the past of this vendor being willing to pay. I mean, I have to think, I mean, that has to creep into somewhere. I mean, related experience or vendor profile. I mean, I'm not too sure if anyone on the committee even took that into consideration. Maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't, but the bottom line is I would think that their past history, since they dealt with us, it wasn't like a past history in Westchester or New Jersey. Their past history in dealing with us, whether it was the entities that Legislator Drucker identified, NUMIC, the college, the county, I would like to think that would have a factor into this discussion, but it clearly didn't. And I'm just curious on why would it? I'm sorry, your mic's not on.
I can't speak to past experience with this vendor, sir. I've only been here since January 20th.
No, so I heard you say that before, and that's not really my question. My question is, like, say, for example, if I was putting a new roof on my house, chances are I don't have any relationship with that roofer that I'm going to hire. It's the first time I'm putting a roof on my house. But it's still my responsibility, if I want to get a roof done properly and pay for it, not get ripped off, it's still my responsibility to do my due diligence. Check out this guy's ever ripped off anybody before. Check out if he's done shoddy work. So I guess the question becomes, I understand you never dealt with this vendor before, but this vendor wants to deal with the county now. And you as the commissioner, I would think, have a responsibility to, do due diligence to make sure that he's not going to, the things that he was allegedly doing, I use the word allege, that it doesn't happen again. So I'm asking, when does that factor in?
It's factored in.
Maybe it doesn't factor in. I don't know.
No, it was factored into the well-rounded agreement that we negotiated and put together that's presented to you today, that if they don't own up to their obligations to Nassau County, we no longer have to do business with them.
So I guess if it's factored into the agreement, and if those things do come up again, the county can pull back the agreement. That's
Correct.
what you're telling us.
Correct.
So it sounds like to me, Dover, all alleged past discretions are forgiven. That no matter what you did here, since we have the ability to pull back your contract, it's all well and good.
I can't speak to that, sir.
But that's kind of what's being implied.
I'm not making, please don't make any assumptions on my implications. I'm not implying anything.
Okay, I understand. So is it conventional thinking to think that has Cool Cat, have you done any, I guess because they were the second vendor, that's probably why, I think I know the answer to this question. Was Cool Cat, did you look into any of their potential or any litigation that they may have had? Did you look into any of that stuff?
I didn't vet the second vendor because they're not capable of doing the work, sir.
Okay. So and I understand that's your position. I understand where you're coming from on that. I don't have anything further at this time, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Chairman, sorry. Rules Committee. Just keeping it straight. I kind of get the sense, and we've been having this conversation now for the last hour and 20 minutes or so, and I kind of think that there are a variety of reasons why the public might have concerns about our procurement process generally. Certainly historically that's borne out. I think one of the concerns, however, may be the fact that we've just had an hour and 20-minute conversation about a process where both sides universally agree that the second place vendor is not capable of doing the work. And yet we've had an hour and 20-minute discussion about why the second place vendor, who we all agree can't do the work, why they didn't score higher and why they weren't awarded the bid. I mean, it should kind of be self-explanatory why that didn't happen. The caterer that's before us is the highest qualified bidder from a competitive procurement process, correct?
Yes, sir.
By law, we are required to hire the highest qualified bidder after a competitive bidding process.
Correct.
So what we're being asked to approve today is exactly what we're supposed to be doing according to the law.
Correct.
Competitive bid process, one particular vendor won that bidding process, is the highest qualified bidder. That's who's been presented by the Parks Department to the legislature for approval of this contract, right?
Correct.
I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding something. It
100%.
seems pretty straightforward to me. By the way, out of curiosity, when they are participating in this scoring, if I believe that, and I'm one of the people sitting on the panel, if I believe that the only way a bidder can achieve the revenue estimates that they forecast is by charging $30 for a hamburger, do I have the right to be able to factor that into my scoring?
Yes, sir.
So it's not only how much revenue you can produce, it's also how realistic the idea is that you'll be able to accomplish those revenue estimates. And if you can accomplish those revenue estimates, how much you would have to charge the consumer, our constituents, right, our residents, how much you would have to charge for those services in order to meet those unrealistic revenue estimates.
Exactly why I used the word unrealistic when it first came up. Right.
So if you have someone who scored, in spite of these forecasts of revenue, who scored those unrealistic forecasts lower, that would probably be an explanation as to why that took place, wouldn't you think?
It could be, yeah. I wasn't in the room, sir, but I do have a lot of faith in this panel.
But at the end of the day, we are being asked to approve the highest qualified bidder as a result of a competitive bidding process.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's Drucker, then Minority Leader, or vice versa.
Thank you, Chairman. So just to follow up on Legislative Rhodes, did you make those evaluations of the projected revenue that Cool Cat's forecast?
I didn't need to, sir, because Cool Cat's not capable of doing the work at hand. Honestly, there was no need.
Legislative Rhodes just said that it would be very, very pertinent for us to legitimize the procurement process for us, even with these standardized forms that you keep, the scoring sheets that you keep referring to, that you do place a value or estimate what they're going to be charging for a hamburger. Did you do that?
I didn't need to do that, sir, because only one vendor presented a proposal that was capable of doing the work in this instance of this solicitation.
So you did nothing that Legislative Rhodes suggested should be done?
I would do it if there was more than one vendor.
That wasn't my question. Did you do it here?
I didn't need to, so no. Your answer is no.
So just to piggyback on the minority leader's questions, you said on a number of occasions, Commissioner, that this is a standard scoring sheet, correct? Okay. A standard scoring sheet which allocated 40% of the value of that scoring to the projected financial outlook. So you really didn't give much appropriate, you didn't give 40% weight to that, did you, in this particular case?
I'm not sure what the question is, sir.
The standard scoring sheet that you referred to says that you have to allocate, you have to give 40% of the overall evaluation to the financial outlook.
Right.
Right? But you disregarded that here.
I didn't disregard it. That's kind of a wrong term to use.
Well, how else do you explain it?
Sir, I had one vendor in front of me.
No, you had two.
I had one vendor in front of me that was capable of doing the work.
According to your opinion, your subjective opinion, without doing
I'm
any
pretty confident in
evaluation
myself,
on
sir.
what they were going to charge for products that Legislative Rhodes talked about, without any other objective criteria, you made a subjective determination that they can't fulfill the job.
Sir, I've been in parks for 25 plus years.
You keep saying that.
And I have I'm not an expert by any means, but I do have faith in myself and in my capabilities, and Nassau County needs a vendor. The way it was done the last 2 years is not the way it should be done for the benefit of our residents.
That's not my question.
And from a management standpoint, it's not the way it should be done. So let's correct the problem and go back to a one-source vendor that could take Nickerson Beach and make it into a revenue-generating destination for Nassau County.
Is it fair to characterize your process here, you as the commissioner, that you did not give 40% value to Cool Cat's projections, financial projections?
I think that's an unfair statement for you to make, sir, because I couldn't even delve into their financials because they weren't capable of doing the work.
But the rest of the panel did. They all gave evaluations. They gave scores.
And they recommended Dover.
They gave higher scores on the on the return to the county, higher. Every single one except one gave a higher score to Cool Cats over Dover on the 40% criteria that this scoring sheet, you keep saying, is a standard scoring sheet. This standard scoring sheet required the panelists and you to give appropriate weight to 40%.
Right, and how would Cool Cat generate those revenues if they're not capable of doing the work?
But that's not what this score says.
But
That's
I
not what this
didn't look
criteria.
at just the score, sir. You have to look at the entire package, sir.
But you did that on a subjective basis. You didn't give what these other panelists gave.
I'm sorry, this is Robert Clear. I just want to comment. The score sheets worked exactly the way they were designed to work. They did give 40% weight to the criteria of price
The panelists
for all vendors.
Yeah.
And even though, I'll go back to what I said before, if Cool Cats had been awarded all of the points available for price, they still would have lost the solicitation based on points. But they didn't win all of the points. Partially, and you could talk to the committee members, if, you know, under the right circumstances, to find out what their reasoning might have been. But the fact is that although there may have been one anomalous data point, the average scores, that's why you have a panel, that's why you have various expertise on the panel. They all evaluated both vendors, they provided their scores, and again, the scores were disparate enough, I think, to be reasonable and in the directions you would expect overall.
I know, but that's not my concern. My concern is what the minority leader raised, in that a subjective opinion was rendered at the end in which you felt that the committee members or the panelists, despite the fact that 4 out of 5 gave Cool Cats a higher score on that 40%, despite that, we're going to say, yeah, we got to give much more weight to all the other factors. And according to the commissioner, there's no way they could have fulfilled the contract without doing any of the evaluations that Legislator Rhodes said should be done. You know, I just want to say that, you know, to piggyback on the minority leader's point, you had, in the beginning of April, no RFP process whatsoever for Dover, 0. And then a month or so later, we have a 2-week window for a bidding process, and what shakes out is Dover getting the bid. I just, to piggyback on the minority leader, doesn't that give the wrong optics, the wrong perception to our taxpayers here about this whole process? Can it be logically concluded that it was a sham, that it was a waste of time, that the cards were stacked in favor of Dover?
The procurement process was followed to the letter. And I can't tell, Robert could attest to how many times I called him and said, Robert, I am not misstepping in this process, sir. So there was no misstep. There was no predetermination. The process was followed. It was vetted. And this is a recommendation I'm making.
I have one final question. So I think it was Mr. Cleary. I'm not sure if Mr. Cleary said it or you said it. There had been a Supreme Court determination that Dover, there was a mention about a Supreme Court decision on the prior to the settlement offer.
I didn't make any comments to that extent.
Didn't I mention that? Oh, I'm sorry. The chairman asked a question about that. So I just want to be clear that, so the Chairman Nicolello, you had asked that question about the Supreme Court findings.
Yes, and I had been very careful to say that it wasn't, that some of the rulings had gone against the county. I did not say that the case in its totality had been concluded, but some of the rulings had gone against the county.
Correct. Yeah, thank you for that. No, but I think it can be confirmed that whatever the Supreme Court rulings were, they ruled it on a technicality, and that there was never any adjudication on the merits. So we really, in fact, have never really repudiated or disavowed the controller's findings about Dover's past actions.
I would need to defer to counsel on that.
Anyone here from the county attorney's office can answer that?
Dan Gregoire, Deputy County Attorney. Can you just repeat the question, because I kind of heard a lot of different...
There was a reference made that there were some Supreme Court findings that went against the county. But I wanted to confirm, or have someone from your office confirm, that those rulings were based on a technicality and that there was never any adjudication on the merits of the cause of action.
Right, so at the lower court, there was a determination with respect to an alleged extension letter. I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit. I can speak to it, yeah. So at the lower level of court, there was a determination as with respect to the validity of an extension letter that was done by the prior Chief Deputy County Executive. So the question to the court was whether or not that required legislative approval, and the court determined that didn't require legislative approval.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just wanted confirmation that in fact there has never been, we have never really distanced ourselves from the controller's findings about Dover's past practices of failing to pay their obligations on a timely basis, paying a living wage, capital improvements.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw the controller audit, which I'm sure you were aware of and you reviewed, the Parks Department actually had responses to that audit. Most of it related to the enforcement of the contract, and that they were going to, in the future, enforce the provisions that were in the contract. So those corrections were made.
We're basically giving Dover a do-over. I have no further questions.
And Mr. Cleary, if you could come back up, I'd appreciate it, because you brought up a point that just now that I heard. Just two things that I had heard, I think they were from Legislative Rhodes. I think when I was discussing the total revenue to the county, the 6.8 versus the 4.8, I also highlighted to the point that the gross receipts for Cool Cat, Mr. Rhodes, versus Dover, the gross receipts, the actual generated revenue that's going to be generated at Nickerson was 3 times the amount reported in these financials for Dover than they were for Cool Cat. So to make the statement that you could say anything you want, I mean, you got to look at it both ways. I mean, Dover clearly, you could clearly say Dover's overestimating the gross receipts because their numbers are 3 times the amount of Cool Cat. So that's neither here nor there. The other thing that was said on the record, we've never agreed, I don't think Legislator Drucker said it, I don't think Legislator DeRiggi said it, that we believe Cool Cat cannot do the work. I think what I was saying was in reference to what the commissioner was saying, that was her belief, which that's fine. I wasn't a part of the committee. I have to take for what you're saying to be the case, but I can't speak for certain that they can't do the work. I do have a question now for Mr. Cleary, because you brought up that the scoring criteria generated the results that they should have, outside of a few ancillary, I can't remember the word you used, anonymous issues or concerns, and that may be the case, but in terms of generating the result, but looking at this in its entirety, it's concerning that you have a process that started with litigation and a settlement in April. Now fast forward to May 5th, we decided to do an RFP, and then somehow the RFP comes out with the same vendor that was a part of the settlement / license agreement that was done in April. I'm asking you, I mean, did you speak to the commissioner in regard to the scoring criteria? Because obviously, if you had a chance to review it, her priorities were quite different than the priorities that were actually spelled out in the criteria. So what I'm getting at is the criteria put a heavy emphasis on the financials, 40%. Obviously, I'm listening to the commissioner. It sounded like she felt that past history, the ability to get the job done, to be able to run the facility, only received 20% in terms of the, I don't have it in front of me now, 20% in terms of the, 20% for the vendor profile and 20% for the related experience. So did you get a chance to review this with her and to try to see if it reflected what her priorities are?
So the process is that the department develops the RFP and then submits the RFP for my review, along with some other information prior to it being advertised, and I did that in this case. I was working with one of the commissioner's staff. I did not talk to the commissioner directly, I think, about this particular point, although, as mentioned, we've talked a lot about this particular solicitation and a lot of other urgent solicitations for parks right now. The scoring the scoring breakdown between the criteria is in fact not uncommon in this county. The 40% for cost in particular, money has always been emphasized in various ways in our procurement process, and certainly the county has struggled financially at times. So that's not necessarily alarming. If somebody comes in with a criteria of 80%, I'm going to question it. 40% of any of those criteria, I might ask why, but I'm not necessarily going to second guess the department about what their position is. Now, the other thing I would note, though, is that despite the fact that 40% of this criteria was weighted to cost, the vendor that didn't offer the most money is being proposed for award, which shows that it didn't throw the solicitation to the wrong vendor. And so I'm not necessarily saying that this produced the right result, but the process worked the way it's designed.
Okay.
And that was the point that I was making before.
I understand. But I would think that it would probably behoove the county to have an evaluation criteria that reflects what the commissioner would like to see and evaluate his priorities in the criteria.
Well, I think going forward we'll have some conversation with the departments about that, absolutely.
Okay.
I don't think that this was necessarily so far off the mark as far as reflecting the interests of the county, but that's really up to the department to decide, not my call.
Okay. And Mr. Cleary, just to make I'm sure I'm clear, you're deputy of compliance?
I'm the chief procurement and compliance officer.
Chief procurement. And your role in this process, as would be in any process,
is to review the procurement before it goes out, to review the results of the procurement, ensure that all of the proper procurement processes were followed and the documentation is complete. And then also I review the proposed contract in ECRS as well.
And you didn't see any problems with the procurement process per se in this particular case?
The process was expedited, it was efficient, but it was properly conducted. It was actually advertised, it could have been labeled an RFP in the end because we advertised it long enough to satisfy the requirements of an RFP, even though it was called a streamlined competitive. The streamlined competitive was used because we knew that there was some urgency here, and we knew that this is much faster than we usually conduct our RFPs, frankly.
Yeah.
I would love if we could conduct a lot more this quickly, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it would behoove the county if we could really truncate our procurement process, but that's another issue.
And do we have a DCO per the procurement process?
Do we have I'm sorry?
A DCO? I'm sorry, DC.
The commissioner is the chief contracting officer unless it's delegated.
A deputy compliance executive is what I was referencing.
Not at this time.
Okay. Okay. And if the process, follow the process very, I mean, do you remember the Carlton agreements in the past? Were you here for those? I'm not too sure. May or not. I don't know.
I was not involved in the previous contract. The most recent solicitation I reviewed.
And even though this process was truncated and it was expedited, you still, is it your belief that the county would come to the same conclusion if this process was more lengthy and we had more opportunity to get more solicitation from different vendors?
There was significant response from vendors in at least showing some interest in the solicitation. I was not told that there were vendors saying, you know, if we had had 2 more months to respond, we would have responded. So there wasn't any immediate indication that we would have gotten broader solicitation response. We would have liked broader response. The fact that we got 3 responses on such a short time frame for such a significant project was I thought, pretty good.
Okay. And I guess my final 2 questions are more tied into the actual vendor, and I don't know who can answer this from your stand. I don't think you can, Mr. Cleary. That's why I'm trying to preface this. But just to highlight again, like I was saying before, it just seems to be that there wasn't too much of an emphasis on past or related experience or payments to the county as it pertains to Dover. So that's a bit concerning that wasn't. I don't think that's, though that's a negative. I don't see that reflective in the scores, and I don't know how that would have taken effect or take shape on this particular process and whether or not it would be before us. It just appears, and I hate to say this because I want to give everyone a fair shake, and I don't want to think anyone did anything that was underhanded, but it just appears that in light of where we were with this 2 months ago, it feels and appears in the optics, as Mr. Legislator Drucker had said, just feels like we've given some type of special consideration. That the same years in terms of the term of the agreement that was spelled out in the settlement are spelled out in this agreement. It just seems like it's like this. It's some type of special agreement that we're doing just for this particular vendor. I'm not saying that you are doing that. I understand you had a process that was above board, but when we serve at the pleasure of the Nassau County residents, we're going to have to explain this. You know what I mean? And I think it's hard to explain, even though I don't question anything in terms of the experience or the know-how or anything of the people that were on this scoring committee. But it's a hard 2-month thing to explain that the term of the agreement that was spelled out in the settlement is the same term that's here, and why wouldn't we have even looked at potential shorter agreement? We didn't even look at that, you know. And I understand the timing of this, but it just seems like we were trying to get a 10-year agreement in to a 30 or 2-week process when we did a Carlton agreement, which was much more lengthier. So I see where this vote's going to go, so obviously it's going to be what it's going to be. But I think, you know, the residents the residents deserve, I think, a more lengthy evaluation period, and I would have liked to have seen potentially, at the time of the settlement was proposed, we would have had an RFP at that time, rather than have a settlement with a license agreement. But that's it. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Cleary, and thank all of you for helping answer our questions today.
I do. I mean, okay. I just want a couple of points to make. First of all, I believe that the process that you followed in terms of moving away from strictly doing this by settlement was the appropriate one, to do the RFP as opposed to simply settling this and having the terms imposed by settlement. So I think you did the right thing with the RFP. If you said once, you said 6 times that you believed that the other vendor was not capable of doing the work. And we spent a considerable amount of time going over the scoring sheets and the weighting and things of that nature. But once you say they're not capable of doing the work, I think it sort of ends, in my mind, the process, regardless of what's on the scoring sheets. This is consistent with past practice in terms of the length of this contract. And specifically with respect to Nickerson, it really is one of the jewels in our park system. And at times in the past, it's been neglected. You know, it's still a jewel, and there's still people that have been enjoying the facility and the cabanas, et cetera. But then you look down the road and you look at what the town is offering, and the county doesn't compare. So the fact that we are going to go in with the vendor and put the capital resources and put the effort in is what we should be doing for our residents. So, Legislator Rhodes, did you have something?
And I'll also mention that, and then the chairman made outstanding points. You know, I'll also mention the fact that what seems to be universal understanding that the contractor, the second place contractor, was not capable of doing the work, ultimately was never a decision or a consideration by the commissioner. As a result of the competitive bid process, the second place vendor was in second place. They lost. If they had won, and it was the commissioner's determination that they weren't qualified, that would be a whole different conversation. You know, in this instance, the competitive bid process took place, the scoring was done, the scoring was weighted the way the scoring was supposed to be weighted. That's how you came up with the final scores. Those final scores were weighted according to the percentages. And at the end of the day, the second place vendor was in second place and lost. And as an added bonus, by the way, the second place vendor, everybody agrees, couldn't do the job. But ultimately, they lost. That's why they didn't get the bid. You know, the other issue too is that we've spent a tremendous amount of time talking about allegations. You know, as much as you preface your comments by saying I'm not questioning the integrity of the process and then questioning the integrity of the process, it kind of is what it is. But I will say that the claims are currently the subject of litigation. The claims that are being made are claims that we, at some point in time, are being asked to settle because there's the possibility that we might not win with respect to those litigated claims. I think on balance, the process, while there's always an opportunity to improve, the process was done by the letter of the law. It was the appropriate process. There was a clear winner at the end of that process based upon competitive bid and based upon scoring that is consistent and customary with our established practice. We have an obligation to award it to the highest qualified bidder. The highest qualified bidder is being presented to us for approval today, and I see no reason why we wouldn't follow through with that process. So there wasn't really a question, more of a statement, but we had a lot of that today.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is this. We usually call these contracts together, but it's obvious that this contract is not going to be passed unanimously. So why don't we call this item now for a vote and then move on. So with respect to E67 2020 Dover Gourmet Corporation, any further debate or discussion? Any public comment? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
That passes by a vote of 4-3.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next batch of contracts are with the county attorney's office. I've been told that one of the contracts that we tabled is now, in fact, ready to go forward. That would be E43. It's a contract with Wilson Elsa, so I need a motion to untable. Legislator Drucker makes the motion to untable, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of untabling E43 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Oops, sorry. Why don't we just go, we don't need to start with that one. We'll start with the first one numerically. It'll be E31 with Wolf Holdenstein.
It's on now. It was on already. This is a contract with Wolf, Brian Libert, Deputy County Attorney. This is a contract with Wolf Haldenstein for the Berliner matter.
Good. Tell us anything else?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Of course, this was a dispute involving the Assessment Department and the release relative to the Freedom of Information Law and other disclosure laws of the sort of algorithm, or as it's been called. So that's what the litigation involves. Because we have so many contracts, I don't want to expound too much, but happy to answer any questions the legislator may have about whatever's here.
Is this the final amendment?
To my understanding, yes.
Okay. So, I mean, the litigation is concluded, correct?
That is my understanding. I will put on the record I'm not an expert in that particular litigation, but that is my understanding.
Okay. Any other questions for this contract? No? All right, let's go to E42, Sokolov Stern.
This is a contract. It is a case-specific contract in that each of the cases is enumerated. And it is a case-specific contract for the following cases. I hope I get the correct E number. So I'm looking at E4222. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. E42.
Okay. So that would be the Ramirez case, the Juan Signal case, the Clark case, the Drum case, and the Jimenez case.
Has the firms begun to do service work on these files?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if it's specific to this one, but I noticed within a lot of these law firms that the delays in getting them to us are a result of the vendor forms.
I believe that there is a large portion that relates to the disclosure process. It's all very complicated, but I think that's certainly an astute observation.
Right. Thanks. My suggestion is maybe that we, with the firms that are on our panel council that we use over and over again, that you proactively have them complete these forms even though there's no specific contract currently pending. Or get as much completed as possible so that when we want to award a contract to them, the disclosure documents will be 95% done.
We absolutely will. I would just note for the record on these also, they were, the firms were on time, and then the contracts, unfortunately, were at the clerk for a short time, so that caused them to go stale, but your point is extremely well taken.
Our clerk's office?
At the clerk of the, in the process, and then at the clerk at some point.
Okay. All right, so most of these, once we get them on, once we receive them, we usually get them on the calendars, probably by this next cycle.
Yes, I really should have said in the process. You were very accurate. Okay. I misspoke slightly there.
No problem. Any questions? All right, let's go to E43. That's the one with with Wilson Elsa.
This is a contract for the Childhood Victims Act cases. So any attorneys that are on the panel are familiar with this. This is the sort of prior sex acts allegations. There are a number of cases. It's at least in the teens, and Wilson Elser will be handling all of those for the county.
Just curious, why would the county be defendant? So the county doesn't generally interact with
youth. So the county in 95% of the cases is not a direct defendant, but in fact a defendant insofar as we did a placement through DSS, and the allegation was against a foster parent, and there's some allegation that DSS improperly placed the child. Those are the largest bulk of the cases.
Okay, thanks. Any questions? No. All right, we have two with the Cuomo LLC. It's 44 and 45.
Yes, so 45 is for a case called Fail, P-F-A-I-L, so I just spelled that out because I know it is a bit confusing. And then 45 is for Wakowitz, Sipley, and Barrere.
Anything about these? What kind of cases are these?
These are almost all 1983 cases, ordinary municipal defense. I would say, of course, extraordinary because they're going to outside counsel, but not sort of in any super special area of expertise, general 1983.
Okay. All right. Any questions on the Cuomo cases? No. All right. Next contracts are with Vincent McNamara's office, 47 and 48.
Yes, so 47 relates to a case called Hockley, and 48, I have 48 as Conway Farrell on mine.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Double check.
I'm sorry.
And I will mention with regard to that 4722, that is a conflicts case.
Any questions on 47? Nope. So we'll go to 48, which is, as you said, with Conway, Farrell, Curtin.
This is also for the Hockley case. Again, there was a significant conflict in that case requiring 3 counsel. Actually, we have 1 for the county and 2 for 2 employees that are involved.
Okay. Any questions on Hockley? Nope. 49?
This is the, I'm going to call it annual loosely. This is the county's regular contract with its lobbyist, Robert Bishop.
Okay. All right. Any questions on this contract? Next one is E50, Jackson Lewis.
This is for a case called Bynum. The legislature previously heard this contract, and I believe it was you or someone from the majority who astutely raised the question, why is the county attorney's office paying for this? And we have provided that answer, which is it's pursuant to the education law.
We didn't understand at the time that the county provided defense with cases involving the college.
Okay. It was a very astute question. I had to look it up myself.
All right. Any questions on this? That's it. Okay, next several, I think, are with Lamb and Bonoski. E51, E53, E61, E62.
Yes, so these are all various labor matters, and happy to sort of expound on any one particular item. I'll just go through them very briefly. One of them relates to an employee discrimination matter. One of them was for labor negotiations, which was previously before the legislature, so this would be an amendment to that contract. And then the last of them involves a dispute out of the police department that was previously being handled by a different firm and needed to be moved on an urgent basis, so it was transferred to Lamb and Barnowski.
Any questions? Nope. Vecchione, Connors, and Cano.
This is the county's workman's comp administrator. We've been using them for many years. If you have any questions, happy to answer the same.
Last one, I think, is E57.
Yes.
All right. That, just tell us what that is.
Sure. This is with the West Group, and they are doing work on the sewer and continuing work with managing the deal with American Water, which, of course, at the time was called Suez.
All right. Any questions on this contract? No? All right. I think we're good.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. All right. Now I'm going to call all these contracts for a vote right after I ask if there's any public comment. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, the contracts up for a vote are E41, E60, U2, E55, E56, E65, E66, E58, E59, E63, E31, E42, E43, E44 and E45, E47 and E48, E49, E50, E51, E53, E61, E62, E52, and E57. Any further debate or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those contracts pass unanimously. I'm now going to put rules into recess. Which one's next? Public safety is next. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. At this time, I will call the Public Safety Committee to order, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Public Safety Committee roll call.
Thank you.
Legislator Debbie Muley. Legislator Sheila Bino.
Josh Lafazan will be taking her
Thank you,
place.
Josh. You're here, thank you. Ranking Member Delia DeRigi-Witten.
Here.
Legislator John Ferretti. Here. Legislator Mazi Pilip.
Here.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Stephen Rhodes. Chairman Denise Ford.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. There are 3 items on the agenda today, which are clerk item numbers 158-22, 162-22, and 163-22. Clerk item number 158-22 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Correctional Center. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Freddy. Okay, the item is before us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Narda Hall Correctional Center. Item 158-22 is a supplemental appropriation request for $284,651 to be received from the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency, deposited with the county treasurer. The amount is used for the K-9 and the handlers for equipment, transportation, and care of the K-9s.
All right, thank you. Any debated discussion? Any public comment? All right, I see none. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Clerk item number 162-22 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the district attorney. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Lafazan, seconded by Legislator Millay. The item is before us.
Good afternoon, Legislators. Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. This is a supplemental appropriation. It's an AIDS prosecution grant award to Nassau County District Attorney's Office by the New York State Division of Criminal Justice. The program utilizes state grant funds to assist the district attorneys prosecute repeat violent and serious offenders by maintaining a staff of highly experienced prosecutors who work specifically on those matters.
That's good news. All right, any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All right, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Clerk item number 1662-22. Oh, you might as well stay up. As an ordinance supplemental. Wait, did I do this? I'm sorry. Forgot to turn the page. Clerk item number 163-22 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the police department. May I have a motion moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Ferretti? The item is before us. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, William Field, Inspector with the Police Department. Item 163-22 is a appropriation to appropriate $541,858 in funds received from the United States Department of Transportation. This is part of our federal motor carrier grant. These funds will provide us with overtime to allow us to conduct commercial vehicle enforcement. Our motor carrier officers will conduct inspections of commercial vehicles to make sure they comply with all state and federal regulations, safety regulations.
So you would, so the officers then would inspect the trucks. Is this funding also used toward if we have trucks that are going down streets that prohibit trucks going down it? Is that for this type of enforcement as well, or is that something separate?
This is usually specifically for anything to deal with commercial vehicles. It can be used for commercial vehicle enforcement, but as well as safety inspections, hand in hand, but generally it's for commercial vehicles.
Thank you. Any debated discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye.
The item passes unanimously. Thank you very much, sir. There is no other business in front of this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Millay. All those in favor? Okay, this committee is now adjourned. Thank you. Okay, and planning will be next.
Okay, at this time, I want to call the Planning, Development, and Environment Committee to order. I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam. The Development and Environmental Roll Call, Legislator Arnold Drucker. Substituting for Ms. Bino would be Legislator Muley. Ranking Member Carrier Solage. Thank you. Legislator Denise Ford. Legislator John Giuffre.
Here.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Thomas McEvitt.
Here.
And Chairwoman Laura Schaefer.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, there's one item on the agenda today. It's clerk item number 165-22. This item is an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the grant of an easement to Long Island Electric Utilities Servco, LLC, as agent of and acting on behalf of Long Island Lighting Company, doing business as LIPA, over a portion of parcels of county-owned real property consisting of approximately 2,386 square feet situated in Bay Park, Town of Hempstead, County of Nassau, State of New York. Said real property known as Section 42, Block A, parts of lots 50 to 57, 33, 36, and 46 to 49 on the land and tax map of the County of Nassau, and authorizing the county executive to execute an easement agreement and all pertinent documents in connection therewith to grant such easement. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Giuffre. Okay, the item is before us. Hello.
Ted Hummel, excuse me, Ted Hummel, County Attorney's Office for Real Estate Services, DPW. This is to approve an ordinance granting an easement for switchgear and underground feeder cables, direct feed to the Bay Park Sewage Treatment Plant from the Barrett Substation in Island Park. It's to supplement the power, improve the power at the sewage treatment plant, and as part of the overall project to divert the treated effluent to the Cedar Creek plant and ultimately out into the Atlantic Ocean. There are two representatives here from PSEG if you have any questions of a technical nature.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hummel. Any questions from the legislators?
Good afternoon. I guess maybe from PSEG, because I'm curious, this is a much anticipated move on the part of providing more reliable power to the Bay Park Sewage Treatment Plant, but I'm just curious, we haven't had a meeting in a while, I'm just curious if we know the time frame on when that will be completed.
Sure, Jim Godfrey, Project Manager, PSEG Long Island. The project's underway. Construction's taking place inside the Barrett substation, as well as test holing going on out in the streets, and of course the 2-mile run or so to get to Bay Park. We're on schedule right now to complete by year end.
Thank you very much, and appreciate all the effort and the hard work in getting this accomplished.
Any other questions from the legislators? Okay, any public comment on this item? Okay, there being none, all those in favor of passing this item signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. There's no other business before this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, this committee is now adjourned. Public Works is next.
Okay, at this time, I'll call the Public Works Committee to order. Seal is not here.
Evers.
think Deborah Millet. Priscilla. Did you bring your gavel? Damn. That's all right. At this time, I'll call the Public Works Committee to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman. Public Works and Parks, Legislator Carrier Solage. Thank you. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Substituting for Ranking Member Sheila Bino would be Ms. Muley. Thank you. Legislator James Kennedy. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Vice Chairman John Giuffre.
Here.
Chairman C. William Gaylord III.
Present.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. So we have 3 items on the agenda today, which are clerk items number 150-22, 167-22, and 168-22. Clerk item number 150-22 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a supplemental agreement between the New York State Department of Transportation, acting on behalf of New York State, and the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Nassau County Police Department. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Muley. Thank you. The items before us. Who do we have from the administration here to talk today? See, we got Commissioner Arnold.
The item before you is a grant reimbursement to the Nassau County PD for activities associated with New York State Department of Transportation construction contracts. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Arnold.
Is there any, Inspector Field from the Police Department?
Go ahead, add anything else you want for us to know.
This grant is actually item 15022. This is the item we use for reimbursement through the state for major construction projects on all the major roads, state roads, excuse me. And they'll reimburse us for overtime and things for enforcement and also traffic safety at those locations.
All right. Thank you. Is there any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The item passes unanimously. Thank you. Clerk item number 16722 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the County Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums, and the Agricultural Society of Queens, Nassau, and Suffolk Counties Incorporated. May I have a motion? So moved by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Drucker. The items before us.
Sir, there's 2. Could I ask you which one you're referring to, which dollar amount? Is that indicated there? I don't have the number, item number, I'm sorry.
It's not, so go with one and then we'll do the other.
Okay, so there are 2, they're similar.
Yep.
So this is a grant agreement for $98,200 funded through the Hotel Motel Fund Grant Program. It's a 1-year term, expires April 30th, 2023, and it allows for the Agricultural Society of Queens, Nassau, and Suffolk Counties to provide management, sponsorship, and professional services required by the county to assist in the operation of the Long Island Fair, September 16th, 17th, 18th at the old Bethpage Village Restoration, one of our keystone events.
Okay, that is the right one.
Okay.
All right. So do we have any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk item number 16822 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the County Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums, and the Agricultural Society of Queens, Nassau, and Suffolk Counties Incorporated. May I have a motion? So moved by Legislator Giuffre, seconded by Legislator Salages. Thank you. The items before us.
So this is a grant agreement for $50,000 funded again through Hotel Motel Grant Fund. Term is for 1 year. Terminates on April 30th, 2023. The grantee shall contract with performers, shows, a petting zoo, animal rides, and other entertainment offerings for the Long Island Fair, which again being held September 16, 17, 18. at the Old Bethpage Village restoration. I didn't add the last time, but the Long Island Fair plays a significant role in enhancing tourism here to Nassau County, so it's important.
All right, you said this was for the fair in September?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any debate or discussion? Legislator Muley?
Hi, yes, Commissioner. This is just curious. How come they're coming as two different pieces of legislation?
From what I understand, it is because one funding source used to go to the Friends of Old Bethpage Village Restoration, which was part of the Friends of Nassau County Parks. And to separate that and no longer use Friends of Nassau County Parks, we now put that responsibility on the Ag Society.
Okay, but they're both going to the same?
Both going for the same, just two different functions. One is management, operation, sponsorship, the other's for the entertainment piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what my notes say as well.
Yes.
One is for the professional services, and the other is for the performers, shows, petting zoo, animal rides, other entertainment.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Very good. Okay, do we have any public comment? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I understand there's also an addendum to this agenda. All right, so may I have a motion to suspend the rules? So moved by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Okay, the rules have now been suspended. So there are 4 items on the addendum for us today, which are clerk items number 17822, 17922, 180-22, and 185-22. Clerk item number 178-22 is a resolution declaring a capital budget emergency pursuant to Section 310, subparagraph D as in Delta of the County Government Law of Nassau County. Do we have somebody from the administration to speak about this item?
Ken Arnold, Commissioner of Public Works. This item is the emergency declaration for, excuse me, do we? Do we need a motion? Okay. May I have a motion? Okay, so moved by Legislator Muley, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor? Yeah. So the item's now before us. We already had the motion, I thought, but here we are again. Go ahead, Commissioner Arnold. So in regards to 178, this is the emergency resolution declaring a capital emergency for this body to hear both the amendment to the capital plan and the corresponding bond ordinances.
Gotcha. Any debate or discussion? Public comment? All those in favor of passing the item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. What? Okay, who's abstaining? Okay, very good. So it's, item moves along 4-3. 4-0, excuse me. Go ahead, Legislator Millay would like to speak?
Sure.
No, your light's on, that's why. I thought you were.
No, sorry about that. We didn't know who was speaking. We're abstaining because we got this item so late. We just haven't had a chance to fully vet it. So, hopefully by the time the full ledge comes up, we'll have a better idea of where things stand.
And that holds for all 3 on your
Yes.
side? Okay, very good. It's noted for the record. We'll move on to the next clerk item, number 179-22. Is an ordinance to amend ordinance number 126-2020, adopting the capital budget for the County of Nassau for the first year of the 4-year capital plan to commence on January 1st, 2021, pursuant to the provisions of Section 310 of the County Government Law of Nassau County. We have somebody from the administration, Mr. Commissioner Arnold.
Good afternoon. So 179-22 is an amendment.
I don't think we need to do a motion after each one. The rules have been suspended. Okay, well, in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to also call at the same time 180-22, which is a bond ordinance providing for a capital expenditure to finance the capital projects identified herein with the County of Nassau and authorizing $156,949,668 of bonds of the County of Nassau to finance said expenditure pursuant to the local finance law of New York and the county government law of Nassau County. May I have a motion for these two items? So moved by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Muley. All in favor? What? Oh, okay, sorry. Got him. The item's now before us. All right. Commissioner Arnold, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So 179 is a capital budget amendment for the 2021 capital plan. It adds both county and non-county funding to the capital plan for ongoing projects or projects that are going out to bid shortly. The corresponding item 180-22 is the required bond ordinance for these same projects to enable us to award contract work.
Okay. Any debate or discussion? Legislator Muley?
Yeah, we'll be abstaining for the same reason.
Any public comment? All right, all those in favor of passing the item, please signify by saying aye. And we have 3 abstentions. The item passes 4-0. Okay, so that should leave the last one. Clerk, item number 185-22, a resolution making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive on behalf of the County of Nassau to execute a second amendment to lease between the County of Nassau as tenant and 89th Jamaica Realty Company, LLC, as landlord of property owned by 98th Jamaica Realty Company, LLC, located at 89th Avenue and Merrick Boulevard in Jamaica, the Borough of Queens, City of New York, State of New York, for the use by the Nassau Inter-County Express Bus Service, also known as NICE. You sure?
Good afternoon, legislators. Kevin
Hang on
Walsh.
for a second, Kev.
Sure.
Because the clerk's office says we need another motion. But so moved by Legislator Giuffre, seconded by Legislator Millet. Okay. Who's here from the administration to
Good
speak
afternoon.
about it?
Kevin Walsh from the Office of Real Estate Services.
Hello, Mr. Walsh. How are you
Good
today?
afternoon, all. Hope you're all well. This is a request for an extension, 18-month extension for our lease in Jamaica, Queens for our NICE buses. We have 6 bus bays that serve in Jamaica, Queens to bring bus service then to Nassau County. We are actively looking at other locations, but we've been able to negotiate an 18-month extension with our existing landlord, as has also the MTA and City Transit Bus, who also use more buses. I think they have about 12 bus bays. So there is an increase over 18 months. It's a little shy of 5%, which we don't love, but we're happy we can at least stay while we're actively looking at alternative locations. Any questions?
Any debate or discussion? Legislator Arnold. Drucker.
That's Commissioner Arnold. Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Good afternoon, legislator.
How you doing?
Good.
Just a very brief question. So this, in effect, is a sublease?
We actually have a separate lease. The MTA has a separate lease as well. So it's our own lease. It went into effect initially, I think, in 2011. It was a 10-year lease. And this is just the second extension. We did a 1-year renewal about a year ago. It expired in just about early April. And now this is an 18-month extension, which works well because we are looking at another alternative.
I just wanted to be clear. So our item says that the County of Nassau is the tenant. So that Nice Bus would be the subtenant?
Well, it's Nice Bus, actually, we have a license operating agreement with Nice Bus, so we provide through that agreement assets for them, which includes our buses, real property, so it ties in through
It's
that.
a license agreement.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you, that was it.
Sure.
Thank you, Legislator Drucker. Anybody else debate or discussion? No? Any public comment? All right, all those in favor of passing the item signify by saying aye. All right,
Thank you.
the item passes unanimously. There being no other business before this committee, may I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Arnold Drucker. All those in favor? Committee is now adjourned. Will be followed by the Health Committee.
I'd like to call the Health and Social Service Committee to order and ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Health and Social Service roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Ranking Member Delia Derigi-Witten.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator C. William Gaylor III.
Present.
Legislator Laura Schaefer. Here. Vice Chairwoman Mazi Phillip.
Here.
Thank you. Chairwoman Rosemarie Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, there are two items on the agenda today. The first is clerk item 159-22, which is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Human Services. May I have a motion, please? By Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker. Do we have anyone to speak on this item?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Legislator Rose Walker and everyone else. I'm sorry. My name is Seema Zaki. I am the Fiscal Director for Department of Human Services. Clerk item number 159-22. There are two items on this under this, and the first one is 100% New York State OASIS funded for Workforce Development and Stabilization Initiative. It is for $269,932, and the purpose is to give a relief to the staff and upgrade basically the work environment, and it is for due to COVID crisis, and it's 100% state funded.
Okay, thank you.
And the second item, it's regular funding from New York State, 100% funded New York State Office for Aging. It is for $488,395. It is unmet needs, which is a supplemental funding for the already existing programs, such as housing, transportation, and nutrition. So these are all 100% funded programs.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the legislators? Anyone who's remote, do you have any questions or comments? Okay.
No, thank you.
Did you say yes or no? No, okay, sorry.
No, thank you, no.
Thank you. Okay, any public comment? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This will move on to finance. Thank you so much. And the next item is 160-22, which is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance connection with the Department of Social Services. Motion, please, by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Lafrezan. And we have Sunita with us.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sunita Manchakar. I'm the Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Social Services. And this particular funding is a grant funding that appropriates $65,000 in funds from New York State Department of Education. The purpose of this grant is to provide funds for lunch meals and snacks to be provided to all eligible children 18 years and under without charge. So it's completely grant funded and it benefits the children of Nassau County. Any questions?
I just have a question. I know during the school year, all through COVID, all of our children have been receiving or eligible to receive free lunch. That is going to continue, or I thought that program was going to end?
So that is through the USDA, which is separate from this particular grant, but that, from what I hear, is ending, unfortunately.
in
You would have
June.
to apply again for reduced or free lunch with the new school year.
Right, and that goes back to pre-COVID days, how they
Correct.
used to do it before. Okay.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure they
Yes.
were not the same.
Two different things, yes.
Any questions or comments from the legislators? Any public comment? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Then this will also move on to finance. And I just want to congratulate Sunita. Her son is a senior in the high school.
Yes.
And happens to be the high school in my district, which is Hicksville. And he received many scholarships.
Thank you.
The other night and at our award ceremony and our athletic award ceremony.
you.
So very, very
Bittersweet,
proud of him.
bittersweet indeed, but yes, thank you so much.
Because he's your baby, correct?
He is.
Yes.
Thank you again.
So, congratulations. There's no other business before this committee. I may have a motion to adjourn by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. And finance. Finance is next. Okay,
At this time, I'll call the Finance Committee to order. All right, Mr. Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Thank you, Chairman.
Vice Chair.
Excuse me. Thank you. Roll call. Substituting for Legislator Lafazan is Delia Derigi Witten.
Here.
Legislator Carrier Solage.
Here.
Ranking Member Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemary Walker. Thank you. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman John Ferretti. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Clerk, I'm here as well. Did you call me?
I apologize, Chairman. Chairman Howard
Okay.
Copel.
All right, here.
Okay, now we have a quorum.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Derigi Witten. Any debate or discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The rules are suspended. The following items have been unanimously approved by committees earlier and are called by consent. Item 150-22, 158-22, 159-22, 160-22, 162-22, 163-22, 167-22, 168-22, and 185-22. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Solages. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The items pass unanimously. Clerk, item number 156-22 is a resolution to authorize the transfer of appropriations heretofore made within the budget for the year 2022. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Copel, seconded by Legislator Drucker. The items are before us. Who hears from the administration? Okay.
Good afternoon, legislators. Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. This is respecting the federal grant, the Innovative Prosecution Solutions. It's a budget transfer that enables the office to fully utilize the grant funds that have already been appropriated.
Great, thank you. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The items
Aye.
pass. Okay. The items pass unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, item number 157-22 is a resolution to authorize the transfer of appropriations heretofore made within the budget for the year 2022. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. The items before us. Who here from the administration?
Good afternoon. I'm Seema Zaki, Director for Fiscal Director from Department of Human Services. We are requesting this transfer from the budgeted category of contractual expenses to general expenses. This is 100% federal stimulus funds awarded to Office for Aging for the purposes of coronavirus preparedness and response purposes. And the purpose of this transfer is to use it. The department wants to provide the masks, the KN95 or KN95 masks, gloves, and hygiene, and distribute it to the providers and the senior centers. That's why we are requesting it to be transferred from the contractual expenses to the general expenses.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
The items pass unanimously. Thank you. Clerk, item number 170-22 is a resolution authorizing the County of Nassau to file an application for federal assistance with the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Derigi Witten. The items before us. Who do we have from the administration?
Good afternoon. Kevin Crane, Office of Community Development.
Good afternoon, Kevin.
As you stated, item 170-22 is an annual action plan that covers the submission of, that itemizes the budgets authorized by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Office of Community Development. It's under 3 grants: the Community Development Block Grant Program, which is roughly $13.5 million, the Home Program, which is $2.6 million, and the Emergency Solutions Grant Program, which is $1.19 million. The office held 2 public hearings on January 27th and on May 18th. The 30-day comment period also ran from May 6th through June 5th. So I'm here today if you have any questions on the item, I'm available.
Great, thank you. Do we have any debate or discussion or questions? Okay, thank you. There
Thank
being
you.
none, any public comment? Okay. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the item is passed unanimously. Clerk, item number 174-22 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Department of the District Attorney, and the Hispanic Counseling Center, Inc. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator Walker. The item is before us.
Good afternoon, legislators. Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. Legislators, this is a grant to the Hispanic Counseling Center to support their domestic violence batterers intervention program. It's an educational and counseling program. It's designed to change the behavior of perpetrators of domestic violence, increase their accountability, and protect victims and families. The grant's for $85,000, and it's fully funded by New York State Civil Forfeiture Funds.
Fantastic, thank you. Any debate or discussion? Thank you, sir. Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Those opposed? The item is passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will call the settlements at the end of this committee, but we will now move on to the addendum. Clerk, item number 177-22 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to enter into grant agreement on behalf of the county's Department of Health with various public school districts, charter schools, and non-public elementary and secondary schools, which agreements are funded with monies from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention received by the county from a grant by Health Research, Inc., through the New York State Department of Health, and which monies have been supplementally appropriated by the county to fund grant agreements with public school districts, charter schools, and non-public elementary and secondary schools to establish COVID-19 screening and testing programs to support and maintain in-person learning and to keep schools operating safely. Okay. Clerk, item number 178-22 is a resolution declaring a capital budget emergency pursuant to Section 310, subsection D of the County Government Law. Sorry, hold on one second. Sorry, back to 177 for a second. Okay, may I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. The item's before us. What do we have from the administration?
Andy Simone, Health Department.
Dr. Tavora Bachman, Health Department.
All right, good afternoon. Okay, do we have any questions for the ladies? Okay. Do you have anything to add, or?
No, it's CDC grant funded, $19 million, $171,026, and it will be used for all schools that are in need of this funding for COVID-19.
All right, great. Do we have any debate or discussion? Okay, thank you. Any public comment? Yeah. All right, Legislator Walker.
Does this cover the testing that you do for like faculty also, and not just students?
Yes, these are funds available to the school districts, charter schools, private schools to enter into agreements to cover that testing. It's exactly for that purpose. In addition, it also is allowable costs include things like mobile HEPA filters, some personnel issues, so it's a very encompassing grant funded.
And all the schools are notified about this funding now,
Yes, there is, the schools have been notified in the past, and they will indeed be notified again.
Okay, and then they have to like apply for part of the funding?
They will apply, this will allow them to apply to Nassau County, and if indeed the costs are allowable, we go through that, we have to verify that, and then they'll be reimbursed for the past year, and as well as the coming year till 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any further debate or discussion? No? Okay, any public comment? Okay, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Those opposed? The item is passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay, clerk item 178-22 is a resolution declaring a capital budget emergency pursuant to section 310 subsection D of the County Government Law of Nassau County. Okay, do we have a motion? Moved by legislator Walker, seconded by legislator Drucker. The item's before us. Commissioner Arnold?
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold. This item is the declaration to have the amended capital plan and corresponding bond ordinance heard.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any debated discussion on this item? Okay, there being none, any public comment?
You know what? It's Delia, it's Richie Witten. I just want to mention that we're going to be abstaining only because we just started to review the plan. And I actually have a couple of questions, just a quick one for Mr. Arnold. Could you just tell me what the Crescent Beach item is for $250,000?
That is the additional funding for the next phase of work. I believe that there was not adequate bond ordinance for the complete work that was proposed by the city as part of the IMA. So this is to make sure that there's adequate appropriation to enter into the amended IMA when we present that.
I have to talk to you about that because I don't think that unless totally missing it, I don't think that is necessary since we just did the filters and the homeowners paid for them. But I'd like to just speak to you about that before, okay?
Yeah, I think this is
I
think this might be the wetland work.
No, we had that done already, and I had the money for that. But I have to just double check with you because I also believe that we bonded for that already. Like we still have plenty of money in the existing bond. But
I think you're thinking the sewer capital project, not the Crescent Beach.
No, the $2 million.
Okay, yeah, we can talk.
Yeah, I just want to make sure because I know it's been a couple of years, but I think we still have money left in that $2 million, and I don't think the $250,000 is anywhere near that, the cost of the planting. So I just want to make sure. And again, I think I already had that money, but we'll discuss. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Legislator Reggie Witten. Do we have any further debate or discussion? Okay, there being none, any public comment? Okay. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Are there 3 abstentions? Okay, so we have a vote of 4-0 with 3 abstentions. Clerk item number 179-22 is an ordinance to amend ordinance number 126-2020, adopting the capital budget for the County of Nassau for the first year of the 4-year capital plan to commence on January 1st, 2021, pursuant to the provisions of Section 310 of the County Government Law of Nassau County. Moved by Legislator McKevitt, second by Legislator Walker. The item is before us. Commissioner?
So item 179 is the capital budget amendment that modifies the budget for both county funding and non-county funding off the 21 approved plan. This was put together for things that have to happen in the short term or projects that we're bidding currently.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any debate or discussion?
I guess that's me again. This is Delia Reggie Witten. Again, we would like to support it. We just want to review it closer. So we're going to have 3 abstentions again.
Okay, any further debate or discussion? Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, those abstaining, So the vote is 4-0 with 3 abstentions. Clerk, item number 180-22 is a bond ordinance providing for capital expenditure to finance the capital projects identified herein with the County of Nassau and authorizing $156,949. I'm sorry, $156,949,668 of bonds of the County of Nassau to finance said expenditure pursuant to the local finance law of New York and the county government law of Nassau County. Moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Copel. The items before us. Commissioner.
So this is the corresponding bond ordinances to support the capital plan amendment for the total that you read out previously.
All right, thanks. Any debated discussion? Nope.
Again, we're going to abstain pending final review of the paperwork we just received.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the vote is 4-0 with 3 abstentions. Clerk, item number 181-22 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to enter into an executive grant agreement on behalf of the county with the Nassau County Vocational Education Extension Board that is funded with money received by the county under the American Rescue Plan's Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, and which has been supplementally appropriated to fund a grant agreement with VEEB, a qualifying 501c3 not-for-profit organization, for the purpose of providing funds to mitigate financial hardship to respond to the negative economic impacts of the public health emergency caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, so moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Drucker. The items before us. Officer, yes, hello. Who do we have here from the administration?
Yes, good afternoon. Bo Pilzak, Captain from the Nassau County Fire Marshal's Office.
Good afternoon, Captain.
Item 181-22, which is before you, is a grant to the Vocational Education and Extension Board, VEEB, which operates the Nassau County Fire Service Academy. This is a grant that will be paid out of the American Rescue Plan, and it's as a result of increased costs from the COVID-19 pandemic to supplement their funding to go back into training.
Thank you, Captain. Do you have any debate or discussion? Okay, any public comment? There being none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
It passes unanimously. Thank you, Captain. Clerk, item number 182-22 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an amendment to a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums, and the African Atlantic Genealogical Society, Inc. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Szilagyi. Commissioner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. African Atlantic Genealogical Society, this is a grant agreement, as you mentioned, requesting an extension in the grant term retroactively to May 31st, 2022 from September 30th, 2021. With the transition, there was no time to get the work done that they were going to do, and adding $75,000 to the agreement for a maximum of $175,000. It's funded by the Hotel Motel Grant Program. The Society helps to fund the Nassau County African American Museum, one of the only museums of its kind in the country. The extension and funding will allow for improved cultural and historical exhibits, attractions at the museum, and provide for county-run shows and exhibits. These exhibits are mobile and are frequently brought to Nassau County schools and museums for outreach educational programming. And we have 2 new full-time employees there, and they've been doing more outreach, so this will definitely help that program.
All right, great. Thank you, Commissioner. Any debate or discussion? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the items pass unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, item number 183-22 was erroneously placed on a Finance Committee agenda and should only be heard by the Rules Committee, as is standard practice with items that are community revitalization projects. As such, this item will not be called at this time. Clerk, item number 184-22 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the county departments of County Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums, and the museums at Mitchell, doing business as Cradle of Aviation Museum. Moved by legislator Walker, second by legislator Drucker. Okay, Commissioner, hello again.
Thank you again. As you mentioned, Cradle of Aviation, it's a grant agreement for $600,000, again funded through the Hotel Motel Grants Program. It's a one-year term expiring February 28, 2023. These funds allow the Cradle of Aviation to undertake a variety of programs and events that will attract visitors from outside Nassau County, which is the main goal there. Programs and events include a STEM Magnet Academy and educational programs to elementary schools, a partnership with National Geographic for a new IMAX film series, the Chocolate Expo, which is a big hit every year, and the 50th anniversary of Apollo 16 and 17. And they have a new initiative going on right now, The Future Is Now, focusing on the science behind aviation and space travel. And you may have seen in today's Newsday, just if I can give the Cradle a shout out, that they're taking ownership of the historic Navy F-14 Tomcat from the former Grumman site. So that's actually going to be at the entrance on Charles Lindbergh Boulevard. So I had to give a little shout out. Great things happening there.
That's great. Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, any debate or discussion? No? Okay.
No debate or discussion, but I did see that in Newsday today, and I'm excited that it is going to go to the Cradle, but we're going to miss it where it's been for many, many years.
In your neck of the woods.
Over in Bethpage. And,
yes.
You know, so many people actually go over there. People go and take pictures, and not that they can't do that at the Cradle, but it's kind of special that it was there.
Yeah.
So, but I'm glad it's going to be, you know, taken by the Cradle, and I know you're going to not really refurbish it, but whatever, it's been outside.
Well,
so,
actually, at the Cradle, just as an aside, there's a whole team of former Grumman workers that volunteer to refurbish everything that comes in, and that's going to be their next project.
Excellent.
So I'm sorry it's leaving your neck of the woods, but drive to work that way.
You got it.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? No? Okay. Any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? The item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Clerk, item number 186-22 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a grant agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the County Department of Parks, Recreation and Museums, and the Artists in Partnership, Inc. Moved by Legislator McKevitt, second by Legislator Szilagyi. Commissioner, are you back?
I'm back, and you totally caught me off guard because I wasn't prepared for that one on the agenda. I know that it is funding through the Hotel Motel Grants Program for the Artist in Partnership Program, which does outreach program and programs for youth.
Great, thank you.
Right.
Any debate or discussion?
Thank you.
Okay, any public comment?
I think we're getting through.
Okay, there being none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? The item passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Clerk, item number 188-22 is a resolution to increase the petty cash funds of the Enforcement Division and Correctional Center Division of the Department of Sheriff pursuant to the Nassau County Administrative Code, moved by Legislator Drucker, second by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. Okay, hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Narda Hall Correctional Center. Item 188-22, this is a resolution that increases the Sheriff's Department petty cash for the Enforcement Division from $1,000 to $3,000 and the Correctional Center Division from $6,000 to $9,000. This is to meet the current demands of providing transport and other services to incarcerated individuals, ensuring the effective operation of the department.
Thanks so much. Okay, any debate or discussion? No? Okay, any public comment? There being none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk? Okay, clerk, item number 189-22 is an ordinance to adopt the Nassau County budget for Nassau Community College for the fiscal year commencing September 1st, 2022, and ending August 31st, 2023, and to appropriate revenues and the total amount of monies to be raised by taxation within the County of Nassau for the purposes of Nassau Community College for such fiscal year pursuant to the provisions of the Education Law, the County Law, the General Municipal Law, the County Government Law of Nassau County, and the Nassau County Administrative Code, moved by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. The item is before us. And now we will be hearing from the college at the meeting of the full legislature, not today. But I do have a slip-in for public comment, Mr. David Stern.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stern.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. David Stern. I'm a full professor of the Physical Sciences Department with Nassau Community College and was elected the classroom vice president of the Nassau Community College Federation of Teachers. I want to thank all of you for the applause that you gave when I gave comments at the legislative meeting that occurred at the Museum of American Armor. Not only did it acknowledge your commitment to our community college, but it was an inspiration for our faculty that you actually care about our survival. I also want to thank the minority members, I want to let the minority members know that I've spoken with Bill Biamonte to set up a tour and again invite all of you to join. And for all the legislators, please have your office contact me if you want a tour. We'd be more than happy to provide one. We're here to ask the committees that are considering item 189-22 to adopt the Nassau County budget for the Nassau Community College for the fiscal year of 9/22 to 8/22 to vote no in order to send back the current proposed college budget and ask the College Board of Trustees and the administration to work with the faculty to revise the budget to reflect an increase in a county contribution to be used as investments for initiatives identified in the college's academic master plan and by department chairs. There's still a few months that this budget can be revised, and a no vote means that you're willing to provide the support for our college to be able to survive. Monday's Newsday article provided independent evidence to support the need for you to get the college trustees and administration to revise the proposed budget. The current austerity approach that has been going on for a decade fails to ask the county for additional assistance, and it's resulting in a much greater loss of students than when you compare it with Suffolk County, when their approach, Suffolk County's approach, is to provide yearly increases to its community college. This also allows for the associated retention and hiring of new full-time faculty. Over the past decade, Suffolk County Community College, their enrollment declined 23%, but Nassau Community College's decline is a whopping double number at 46%. Our current interim president, is quoted in Newsday by saying her sole goal is guided pathways. Well, this goal actually requires significant resources in full-time faculty and advisors to provide the guidance for this idea to be successful. However, the budget that's before you today, to this committee, does not consider this program and the money that's required to make this program successful. It also fails to provide resources to promote faculty initiatives that many of you heard about firsthand when you came and visited our campus. Another reason to vote no is to ask the college to use its strategic planning process to support the budget. The current proposal is not linked to our strategic plan, and this threatens our accreditation again. Since our accreditation by middle states requires that budgeting is be based and heavily linked to our strategic plan or strategic planning. For the good of the county, the residents, please vote no for this item. We know it's, do I have any more time?
Yeah, Dr. Stern, if you could just You can finish your thought, but if you could just...
Oh, okay, I'll go real quick.
Thank you.
We know that this is usually a pro forma process for you to approve the budget, but we ask that you consider the survival of our college and what's going to happen if you approve another zero increase budget this year. The same $52 million contribution 10 years ago is only worth $32 million in today's dollars with inflation. That matches our $20 million deficit, by the way. If we had done what Suffolk County has done, small increases over the last 15 years, we wouldn't be in such a hole. Thank you very much, and please vote no.
Dr. Stern, thank you very much. Just so you're aware, on the 27th is our full legislative meeting, so this will be voted on in the full legislative meeting on June 27th. So this is just the committee process. So
Understand, our thought, if I could respond.
Sure.
Our thought was that the sooner that the legislature could send back the budget, the sooner we could work collaboratively. That's our goal in providing a budget that will ensure the survival of our college, as opposed to what's been proposed to you.
Okay, well, on the 27th, we're going to have the college representatives are going to be here, and we'll be hearing from them as well. It is going to pass through today, but again, that doesn't mean the budget passes. That's just pushing it on to June 27th, when the full legislature will be here to hear from the college, and I assume you as well. So
Okay.
we'll see you then.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further public comment? Okay, there being none, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, the item passes unanimously. Clerk, item number 190-22 is a resolution to authorize and require the transfer of appropriations made within the budget of the Nassau County Legislature for the year 2022. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator DeRidge Whitten. The item is before us. Do we have any debated discussion? No? Okay, any public comment? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk, item number 191-22 is a resolution to appoint members to the Board of Directors of the Nassau County Local Economic Assistance and Financing Corporation. Moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Coppell. Okay, the item's before us. Now, they will be here on the 27th to present to the full legislature, but they will not be with us here today. Is there any debated discussion at this time? Okay, there being none, any public comment? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, the item passes unanimously. Finally, the settlements will be called together. Clerk, item number 152-22, a resolution authorizing the acting county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiffs as set forth in the action entitled Valatutti v. County of Nassau et al., index number 03020 of 2013, pursuant to the county law, government law of Nassau County, and the Nassau County Administrative Code. Clerk, item number 176-22 is a resolution authorizing the acting county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiffs as set forth in the action entitled Dover Gourmet Corporation v. County of Nassau et al., index number 612941/2019, pursuant to the county law, the county government law of Nassau County, and the Nassau County Administrative Code. May I have a motion for both of these items? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Drucker. The items are before us. Now, may I have a motion for executive session?
So moved.
Moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Walker. Any debate or discussion? There being none, all those in favor of moving to executive session, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, we are in executive session. And we'll invite Rules to join us as well in the executive session. Call the members of the Finance Committee. If you could please take your seats. Good, Kevin? All right. All right, so back to items 152-22 and 176-22. So, may I have a motion for, we already did that, I'm sorry. Any debate or discussion on this item, on these items?
Yes, sorry.
All right. All right, so Legislator Reggie Whitten's get signing on right now. All right, so items 152-22 and 176-22 are before us. Any further debate or discussion? There being none, any public comment? There being none, all those in favor of passing those two items, please signify by saying aye. I'm sorry, we'll do them separately. All those in favor of item 152-22, please signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? This is the Valatutti. Okay, so the item passes unanimously. All those in favor of passing item 176-22, please signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? Okay, so the item passes 4-3. That counts as 3. Okay, so the item passes 4-3. There is no other business in front of this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The item passes. Those opposed, the item passes 4-3. Thank you.
All right, we're going to call the rules out of recess. We have a consent calendar, and I'll call all those items now. Item 150, 152, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 162, 163, 165, 167, 168, 170, 174, 177, 181, 182, 184, 185, 186, 188, 189, 190, 191. Those items are moved by Minority Leader Abraham, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. Before we vote on them, we have to have a motion to suspend the rules to consider the addendum, moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, the rules are suspended. Now we have those items I just called on the consent calendar. Any debate or discussion on those items? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, they pass unanimously. 153 of 2021 is a resolution to confirm the county executive's reappointment of the Honorable Cornell T. Foskey to the Civil Service Commission. Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker. Any debate or discussion? Any public comments? All in favor of appointing Cornell Foskey signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. 161, a resolution to accept a gift offered by the South Hempstead Fire District to the Nassau County Police Department. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. Any debate or discussion on this item? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Passes unanimously.
Aye.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to call 164 and 169 together. These are resolutions to confirm the county executive's appointment of Vincent LaGreca and Raymond Pinto to the Nassau County Industrial Development Agency. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. All in favor of these two appointments signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay, they pass unanimously. I'm going to call three CRP items, 171, 172, 173. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute intermunicipal agreements with the Village of Great Neck, the Village of Lynbrook, and the Village of New Hyde Park. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. These are before us. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
So before we move from the main calendar, I'm told there are two contracts the administration wants to untable that we had tabled before because of IG-related issues. They are E46 and E64, 2022. All in favor of untabling these contracts? We need a motion. Motion by legislator Rhodes, seconded by legislator Drucker. All in favor of untabling the contracts signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Do we have someone to speak about these untabled contracts? Not Mr. You're going to talk about the contracts? These are,
E64?
yes, you can, I guess, yes. Hazen Sawyer.
Yes. Thank you for untabling these today for the department. So E64 is the contract amendment with Hazen and Sawyer Arcadis, which we refer to as the PMJV. They are on our Bay Park program for both the plant, conveyance, and also Long Beach. This amendment for $41.1 million and a 2-year extension is to continue the services associated with these activities. In general, the Long Beach work is for $10 million. That was recently, it's all FEMA funded. FEMA has approved all the funding for that diversion to Bay, I call it Bay Park, but now it's the South Shore Water Reclamation Facility. In addition, there's $1 million for new work for marsh restoration. Again, this is being funded through HUD, through the GOSA funding. We'll be doing where the old sludge dock is. We'll be restoring that property, getting rid of that eyesore that's been there for decades. And then the rest of the work is the extension of our ongoing work at Bay Park, and that totals somewhere around $18 million. And again, that portion of work is all funded by the PW we have.
By what?
By the the worksheet, the FEMA worksheet.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much of that is funded by?
16.9, about 16, 17, about 17 and a half. The conveyance, there's some conveyance work in here also. My apologies, I'm jumping around. For 8.7, that will come out of the grants and county capital. There's a cost share that we have on that project.
Very good. Any questions for Ken? Nope. All set. Thank you. Brian, you want to talk about E64, the contract with Lou?
This is a contract with
E46 with Louis Joes.
Brian Libber, Deputy County Attorney. This is a contract with Louis Joes Avalos for a case known as Felix. I understand it was tabled earlier because some disclosures were missing. My understanding is in the ensuing period they have been provided. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer the same.
What kind of case is Felix?
It is a very serious 1983.
Okay. All right. Any questions for Brian? No? All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
All in favor of those, any further debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor of those two contracts signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Item 175 is a resolution ceremonially designating a cottage adjacent to Baxter Pond in Barbara Johnson Park and Preserve as Nancy Comer Cottage. Moved by legislator DeReggie Whitten, seconded by legislator Drucker. That's before us. Did you want to say anything about this, Delia?
Thank you. This pond is a Nassau County-owned pond, park, but there's a really terrific foundation that maintains the gardens and really just pays attention to everything. If Ken knows if anything goes wrong or if we need dredging, they're on it and they let us know immediately. And Nancy has dedicated the last, I believe it's like 40 years to working with this park. And I truly appreciate this, marking all of the work that she did.
Okay. Any discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? 176 is a resolution authorizing the county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiff as set forth in the action Dover Gourmet Corporation versus the County of Nassau. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Nay. That passes by a vote of 4-3. Okay, next three items all relate to the capital budget emergency and amendments to the ordinance. So I'll call them all together. 178, it's a resolution declaring a capital budget emergency pursuant to Section 310D of the County Government Law. 179 is an ordinance to amend ordinance number 126 of 2020, adopting the capital budget for the County of Nassau for the first year of the 4-year capital plan to commence on January 1st, 2021. 180 is a bond ordinance providing for a capital expenditure to finance the capital projects identified herein within the county and authorizing $156,949,668 of bonds of the county. That'll be moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. Any debate or discussion on these items? Any public comment? All in favor? Okay, so all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, abstaining, 3. So it passes by a vote of 4 affirmative and 3 abstentions. 183 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an intermunicipal agreement with the village of Hempstead in relation to procuring license plate readers. Moved by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Legislator Drucker. Any debate or discussion? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. This passes unanimously. Last but not least, 187 is a resolution confirming the county executive's appointment of Denise Gold to the Nassau County Planning Commission. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Nope. Passes by a vote of 4 to 3. Motion to adjourn. Legislator Rhodes. Wait. Let's have it on. Okay. We're going to vote for a motion to adjourn. Second by Legislator Drucker. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
We're adjourned.